Kyle Kobe, planner. I'm not seeing anybody approaching the podium, and I don't see any, well, there's, wait, one, sorry.
Okay.
Never mind, sorry. We don't have any public participation or any general public comment tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle. Luke Sinclair, Chair. With that, then, we'll turn to our regular agenda. As I mentioned, we have one item tonight, and that is to consider a text amendment, TA 2100173, to add standards for commercial utility-scale solar energy conversion systems to the zoning regulations for unincorporated Douglas County. And just before we launch into that, I just want to say, you know, in our August meeting, we set up an ad hoc committee to be presided over by Commissioner Carpenter. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand this over to Commissioner Carpenter so he can begin the process of making the presentation along with staff and the other members of the committee. At the conclusion of that presentation, I'd like to give the commission an opportunity to respond with questions or with comments to what the committee presents. And then at that point, I'd like to then open it up for public comments. And after we've been able to hear from everybody, hopefully on the call or in person, hopefully the commission will then have an opportunity to discuss further. So with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Carpenter, the presiding officer of the ad hoc committee.
Thank you, Chair Sinclair. Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I was appointed the chair of the ad hoc subcommittee, but that's kind of just in name only. This has been a group project. Everybody's contributed according to their skills and who they know and brought all kinds of information to us. What we see tonight, us doing tonight, is this more as a public work session, as we're not going to come to a vote on any final recommendation to forward to the County Commission tonight. I'd just like to go through a little introduction of what we are looking at, what we've done up to now, and what we definitely have scheduled for after this meeting. Then we'll turn it over to Mary Miller to go through the draft regulations and kind of explain all those color codings that are in it and what's in there. And then we really do have a long list of issues that we have not yet resolved that we'd like to open it up to the rest of the commissioners to ask about any specific language or for their input on some of these issues. So we have some assistance in going forward. After we go through that, we'll turn it back to Chair Sinclair to run the public comment section of this. And then I suppose after that, we'll have the opportunity for the commissioners to talk among ourselves again and see if there's any specific directions or other organizations or individuals you would like us to reach out to for information as we process this. So with that, I just want to point out, this has been a huge project, and that's because of the unique nature of this proposed text amendment. We've not seen a text amendment come forward like this before that is of such a scale or duration. We're trying to work out the rules here to allow industrial scale solar out in the rural parts of the county that could be in place for 30, 50 or more years. This is a project that, you know, our grandkids are going to be living with possibly, and it's going to outlive Plan 2040 for sure. So we're taking great care in how we draft this, and we've had really little guidance from anywhere else in Kansas. Douglas County and Johnson County seem to be at the forefront of this because we have the one publicized potential project that crosses our county borders. So planning commissions and planning staff in both counties have been working on these regulations kind of on separate tracks, but also in some ways in tandem, because there have been meetings between the the county staff and some of us have been able to attend some of the Johnson County Planning Commission meetings, just mostly to observe and give some brief comments. And we have been looking at the materials they're producing. This is not a matter of just whether we look at solar or not solar. I think we can all agree, especially with the conclusion of the United Nations Climate Conference, that we are at a crisis point. We need to find a way to retire fossil fuels and go to more renewables. As you'll see in our regulations, we're separating out individual homeowner solar panels, co-op or community solar, and this large scale industrial solar. So we're just focused tonight on the large scale issues. And doing that, we have to keep in mind that we are looking at lands out in the rural area that we have competing interests from that we've imposed on ourselves in Plan 2040. I'm just going to start the community vision for the rural areas in Plan 2040 reads, the proximity of rural and agricultural land to the city provides beauty and respite, and we enjoy the economic and health benefits of a robust local food system. Our countryside has thriving farms, rural neighborhoods and towns, protected open space, and historic sites. Agriculture, the principal land use in rural Douglas County, is a major contributor to the county's economy. Our citizens value preserving the agricultural lands to ensure continued agricultural production while maintaining the rural character of the county. We also have in other parts of Plan 2040, as you know, we are stressing environmental concerns and sustainability by moving the environmental chapter to Chapter 2 in Plan 2040. That's the first chapter after the introductory chapter. Just as a reference, in Horizon 2020, the environment was Chapter 13, and it took 7 years after the adoption of Horizon 2020 to even get that included. So now it's kind of at the forefront, and we also, as the majority of the commissioners with us here tonight and staff, all worked on Plan 2040 and voted on its recommended passage and its actual passage which was finally adopted in November of 2019. So we know we're looking at everything through the eyes of the environment and sustainability and preservation of the rural nature of the community. We actually flipped the emphasis from Horizon 2020 on the urban area of Lawrence to starting with the rural areas of the county. We also have in our food policy plan that we want to identify and encourage opportunities for growth in local agriculture and food-based enterprises, including employment, tax base, and income. And our local food system depends on the integrity of our agricultural landscapes, including healthy soils, clean water, and biodiversity, all of which will be impacted by climate change. We're seeing that happen now, and we're trying to come up with regulations that will produce what will be an integral component of renewable energy. These large-scale utility solar arrays are going to have to happen, but our goal is to figure out how they fit into Douglas County with these needs. The thing that strikes everybody on the committee, it was most obvious from the beginning, is all these interests are competing for the same land. The open, flat farmland, which is used for food production, usually, abuts stream corridors. We've got native prairie out there. We have historic areas. We have the Santa Fe Trail passing through part of our county. We have all kinds of interests in preserving portions of that area. Also, this is the same land that cities will be looking to expand to sometime in the future, possibly within the lifetime of the CUP that might be requested under these regulations. So in doing that, so far we've had 14 meetings where at least one or some or all of the ad hoc committee or staff have attended, starting back on September 1st. Several of these have just been, for us to try to figure out where we were going, what issues we wanted to discuss next, and so forth. And a couple of those count our attendance at twice at Johnson County Planning Commission meetings. There have also been 2 public meetings out at Enright Gardens, each that had 2 of our committee members attend, where we heard the concerns of people down in southeast Douglas County. This is the part of the county that the publicized NextEra project might take place if they choose to submit an application under our rules. Just to be very straightforward, no applications have been filed with the county yet. Any application for a conditional use permit is awaiting the drafting of these regulations and the final approval by the county commission. We have had various individuals and organizations speak to the ad hoc committee. We've watched some webinars. We've attended meetings. I think we had Sustainable Action Network, Lettuce, Sierra Club. We've had industry professionals, engineers, and companies that actually build these facilities for the owners come in and talk about the physical parameters and some of the engineering requirements. We've met with a group that Commissioner Willie found for us and brought in for us to hear from, that working in an area called agrovoltaics, which mixes agricultural uses with these solar facilities. And in this case, we heard a lot about sheep farming. That same meeting, we had a conversation with a wildlife biologist about some issues, which we'll raise later tonight. Staff has met with the Kansas Corporation Commission to find out where their authority begins and where ours ends. And essentially what we're doing tonight is within our purview. Once this power goes to the main transmission lines, it's under the Kansas Corporation Commission. So all the land use issues we're coming up with today are outside the purview of the Kansas Corporation Commission, but we'll ask Mary or Tanya to just directly inform everybody about what happened at that meeting, because we just had that reported to us. We've met with all the fire chiefs of the townships in the county and a representative from Douglas County Emergency Management. That is not included on here because you have a memo from Mary that lists all our meetings, which ends with future meetings. Well, we've had 2 of those. And that was the one with Burns, McDonald, Black and Veatch, and Evergy about the engineering requirements. And then we also met with, like I said, all the fire chiefs and heard about safety concerns and some other things that information that they would like to see included as being provided by any applicant and how that should be updated over time. After tonight's meeting, this Thursday, the ad hoc committee is going to hear from I'm sorry, back up. Last Wednesday night, 3 of us attended the Sustainability Advisory Board meeting to give them a quick overview of what we were doing, as we have invited representatives from that board to meet with us this Thursday at our ad hoc committee meeting, which will also include representatives from the Food Policy Council and the Kansas Biological Survey. On December 1st, we're having a work session with the County Commission. So part of what we're doing tonight is providing the groundwork for the County Commissioners to view, so we don't have to spend a valuable part of our 60-minute work session going over all of this at that time, and we can just get down to any issues the county commissioners might have, questions they might have. And then on December 2nd, our ad hoc committee is scheduled to meet with representatives from companies that have approached the county about possibly applying for conditional use permits in the future. So that they will have had the opportunity to see where we are, so that I hope that that will be a productive meeting also. And I'm sure we're going to have multiple more meetings to go to, probably some more public meetings to attend. And I think our goal is we hope to come back in February. Because of the holidays, there's no way to have this done for the January meeting, but in February, we might have a draft for discussion and a vote for recommendation to forward to the county commission. We had some talk that maybe if everybody's on board with it, we could present where we are on the Monday night meeting in that month, get any feedback, and then make those final tweaks for a final version to bring back on the Wednesday, so we don't have to go over another month or two. There was a special request from the county administrator that we briefly explain parts of the planning process, because it's come to everyone's attention that we live in our own little esoteric world of planning. And we found out that all these projects are kind of in their own bubbles, and a lot of people don't really know what's going on until something shows up in the paper like yesterday. So that's going to increase some communication. I would also say, is going back to just ex parte communications, it's hard to even know what to classify. Most of the time, we're talking about the process, where to find the information, and requesting comments to come back, and have said that to more people than I can even name. So, and some have come back. We have, as part of our packets, which I've just seen for the first time today. You'll see that this is probably the longest packet we've ever had, certainly longest for the one item. I think we hit 900 pages by the end of the day, and that does not include a spreadsheet done by Ben Harris from the county, which has links to research materials that we've been exposed to. So I don't know what, this has been overwhelming. But quickly, I'm going to just run through the planning process that we're engaged in. What we're doing tonight is taking comments and questions about a proposed text amendment. A text amendment is initiated when there's a need to add new regulations to the county code, in this case, or to modify regulations because we find out existing ones don't work. The best way to do that, to make sure it's fair, neutral, and applies the same way to every possible applicant, is by the text amendment process. That's what we've got here now. That process, it's been initiated. The Planning Commission chose to send it to a subcommittee to come back with recommendations. That's where we are tonight. We're going to take those, go back, work with them again, and like I said, come back, we hope, in February. At that time, we would have a vote, and if the Planning Commission votes, majority votes in favor of forwarding them to the County Commission, it will then go to the County Commission, which will eventually get them on their agenda, complete with a public hearing for more public input at that point in time. The County Commission has additional questions they're going to have to answer for themselves, such as how does this affect tax bases? How are other funding issues about it? How do we connect up? What land will be connected up, from the power source to the transmission lines? There's all types of things that are going to happen at that level that are beyond us, and they mostly have to do with economics. The County Commission will then have the choice to send it back to us with recommendations to tweak it, or they will vote to approve or just deny it. So they're the ultimate voice on what happens with this. Once we have the text amendment in place, we're going to be open for companies to come forward and apply for a conditional use permit to actually build one of these facilities. Currently, large-scale utilities are permitted in Ag 1 and Ag 2 zoning in the county by conditional use permit, but we have no definitions or regulations to deal with this type of utility in our code, which is what prompted the text amendment. But any conditional use permit application will come in, they'll have meetings with county staff to make sure that their proposal meets all the guidelines that are in the future text amendment, which would become part of the code, and provide all the information that's required in this proposed code amendment. Once they have that in place and they feel that they have their application pretty much complete, it'll come to the Planning Commission, at which time there'll be public comment again. And a review of the conditional use permit is where we take into account all the impact it might have on a specific area included within that conditional use permit and look at what's happening around it, minor tweaks, because we are permitted to recommend conditions on the conditional use permit, as we do quite often, or as are also recommended by staff to tweak the rules for the specific application. A conditional use permit then gets forwarded to the county commission, where again, they can either send it back to us to work with it again, reject it, or adopt it the way we send it. And then the projects begin. What we've discovered so far, or can relate and would like to relate about the process of what we believe a company will go through in doing this, would be like this. We know that at least one company has been out there obtaining leases for land for at least 3 years. These are options for them to actually sign an actual lease. These leases then go for a minimum of 10 years or so. We haven't seen an actual one, but because there are non-disclosure agreements in these leases, so they're not really shared or not supposed to be shared. But there is one item in the packet that from the Ohio State Extension Agency that goes through all the components that are usually in these leases and considerations that farmers should think through carefully before they sign them. So we know we have leases signed out there. We don't know exactly where they are. We don't know whether it's contiguous land. We don't know how it's broken up, but it's there. So that happens before the county even knows it's happening. Then they come forward with their request, with their conditional use permit for whatever size facility we're recommending can be included in our regulations here tonight. It goes through the whole process I just explained, will come to us, have public comment, and so forth before it goes. After that, we come to the construction phase, which is out of our control, but is going to be enforced by county staff to make sure that they follow all the rules that have been laid down and meet all those conditions. And then eventually they'll get a final approval to start up business. Once a conditional use permit's in place, if there are complaints about what's going on, those will be made to the county. The county will investigate them. If they become serious enough, they'll request corrective action by the company. If corrective action is not made, there are procedures in place to revoke a conditional use permit. So there are safeguards built in along the way. But as you'll see tonight, some of what we're grappling with is because of the duration of these leases and how fast this technology is changing. There might just be underlying conditions that change that we should be able to review as we go. That could result in some tweaks to the conditional use permits, which may have to take the route of another text amendment, I suppose, or whatever can be done. Like I said, these things can be going on forever because there's no definite end. Or as you'll hear, there might be technologies that will replace solar and make it obsolete. In the event that a company chooses not to continue operation of their solar facility, then we have basic decommissioning rules. We have to talk about what kinds of financial securities are in place to make sure that cleanup can take place and restoration of the land. Should a company go bankrupt or just disappear on us, just like we do with quarries. So some of you are familiar with what we've been through with quarries. So some of that's, a lot of what we're doing is lifted from other places. Other procedures are already in place. So with that, that's just kind of the basic rundown of what's going on. Like I said, we still have a lot of work to do, but we're really looking for public comment. We know that a lot of the public comments that's come in is about the advertised potential project, which is really jumping the gun by quite a bit. But those comments are all useful because they're helping us see potential problems and try to address them in a text amendment. So I think we're all very grateful for all the feedback we get, even if it's not specifically on the text amendment, but on one possible conditional use permit. So those have been helpful in some ways and have guided our research and discussions. So that I'd like to go to Mary, if she can pop up on the screen and kind of go through what's in our proposed regulations and decipher the color coding that's in those in your packet.
Thank you, Mary Miller, planning staff, and I am going to just pull up the regulations so we can look at them as I talk. And nice thing is, next time these come to you, they will not be color coded. We're just kind of trying to point out when these changes were made and who proposed them. But after this meeting, everything will be the same color. And then when it comes to you next time, anything new will be in bold or bold and underlined or something. So this is the last time you have to look at this color coded version. So if you look in the red is everything that was made after June. So that's basically what came to at the August meeting. So you've seen those. Green were changes that were made by staff based on additional research or comments. And then purple, these are the changes that have been made since the ad hoc committee has been working on this. So those will be primarily the newest changes that you're probably not familiar with. And as Jim said, the first thing we did was revise our definitions because someone did mention that we should specifically mention small scale as opposed to utility and commercial scale. So they are also permitted. They do take a conditional use permit, but they have somewhat different standards. And so the definitions are revised to make it clear that the accessory, the personal and accessory ones, they don't require conditional use permits. The small scale do, and that will be up to 5 acres. That's if a group of people, like in a subdivision or if in a small, like Vinland or something, decided they wanted to get together and create their own electricity. It's primarily for their use. They could still do that sale to utilities, like through net metering, like people do. And so then we left the commercial and utility scale, basically the definition, basically the way it was. So throughout the language, you'll see that small scale solar energy conversion system or the initials have been added in a lot of places to show that it specifically applies to that. And that's where the applicability section comes in. So if it doesn't specifically state who it applies to both, but it will always specify if it only applies to one or the other. We're trying to make it clear that way. And so conditions required for approval. The first one I just wanted to mention, even though this was in the original text, I've seen some comments saying, well, shouldn't we look at the person who wants to do the facility? Shouldn't we evaluate that? And that is the first thing we look at under item A, but the applicant, and I hope this is all big enough for you to see it. I can make it a bit larger, I think. find it again. Yeah, that the applicant will demonstrate their ability to strictly conform to all applicable performance standards. And it's also stated another place. So we do look at the applicant, you know, are they able to do the work that they're saying? Are they, you know, reasonable to assume they can? And then it also lists things that we're going to look at, such as visual impact. We have a lot of features here that are normally in the environmental impact statement, but we would look at them as part of the application itself. You know, the impact on crucial wildlife habitats, cultural, historical, or archaeological features, environmentally sensitive lands, water quality, soil erosion, infrastructure. It also has us looking at the impact to the airstrips or airports, and then the cumulative impact. And then again, we have to look at the company experience, reputation, and financial ability. So that is going to be considered throughout the review of the project. The decommissioning, the bond agreement, or other means of ensuring reclamation. And I know there have been some comments that maybe a bond isn't the way to go. So that's something the ad hoc committee will look at if there's other ways that we need to consider that. And then in the standards, and I'm going to mention generally things, but I will really stress things that we're looking for information on. So one of the, when we first started writing these regulations, we were going to kind of discourage them on prime farmland, and they could only occur on prime farmland. I'm sorry, I'm not to that point yet. We talked about farmland, and we wanted it to be, first, we would look at the area that's being proposed with the LISA system to determine the agricultural potential of the proposed site, because we've started looking at these kind of like land banks. Like, we're not taking away the agricultural land, we're just holding on to it for a while. So we want to have a good evaluation of what kind of ag land is it, so that it is at least that good or better when everything's over and it turns back to farmland. And that's item one. Now, item two is the one that we're kind of questioning. We have two options. You know, the comprehensive plan recommends that we really protect class 1 or 2 soils. So there's two ways we could do it. One is we could allow facilities on class 1 or 2 soils only in places where they do not have to do any grading or removal of topsoil. That way we're not impacting the class 1 or 2 soils. Or they could just be prohibited on class 1 or 2 soils. And so that's something that we've been trying to decide, you know, which way to go, you know, which one of these protection measures would be best. So that is something we'd like some input on. This next one is about prime farmland, and we originally wrote this. We were really discouraging it on prime farmland, and I think we still do discourage it, but we have these steps like if you do it on prime farmland, we want to make sure you're either getting direct reduced energy costs, or like item 4, you're continuing or establishing an agricultural use. And perhaps we could add item 5 that is serving as a land bank, you know, that they're taking specific steps to improve the quality of the land. And that's something we're also looking into. As this text amendment grows, you know, we're kind of seeing it in a little bit of a different way, that they can be coexisting. We have the height limitation. That's been no changes to that really. And the size, and as we've mentioned, the size is one thing we really are looking for input on. When we just drafted these first regulations, we used 1,000 acres, unless the Board of County Commissioners approves a modification. So one of the factors of that is, how do we measure the 1,000 acres? It's not all the land in the CUP, because when you put a project on a parcel, even if you only use 2 acres of an 80-acre parcel, the whole 80 acres is in the CUP. So we would only use the land that's in the project. And whether that's just land under the solar arrays, or is it land that's within the fenced area, you know, we're going to decide that, and then we're going to add a graphic so that it's clear, because these kind of things can be very confusing. You know, you think you've stated it clearly with the words, but when someone tries to do it, you realize we should have had a picture. So what the maximum area should be is something we're looking at. And should we set a maximum area for each facility, or should we set a maximum area for the county as a total? Is there an amount of agricultural land I know that we see as being the appropriate amount of agricultural inventory? And if we had that amount, and a certain percentage of the county could be used for this non-agricultural use. So input on that would be very helpful, because we've kind of looked at it in a lot of different ways. The small ones would just be 5 acres total. We do have the glare hazard. Modern solar facilities don't really create a lot of glare. You know, the ones in the deserts do, but most of the others don't. But we still have these protection measures just in case we want to make sure there's not going to be glare on neighbors. And we have the topsoil. We had discussed at great length at our August meeting about pesticides. Nearby farmers wanted to make sure there was no drift and they didn't use too much pesticide. The thought is they would probably just be using the same pesticides any other land use would or any other farmer, but we had wanted to prohibit certain pesticides that have a tendency to drift. But the county councilor informed us that the state of Kansas, not only do they prohibit regulation of agriculture, they also prohibit regulation of pesticides. So we did add this standard that any pesticides would have to be applied only by a pesticide applicator that's certified by the Department of Agriculture. We have setbacks. There have been no particular changes to that. We are considering, there's been some mention of perhaps not, we're saying that the setback has to be what is required for the base district. And in the base districts, 30-foot side setbacks and rear setbacks, that's standard. The only setback that really changes is from the road. So if you're from a local road, it's 50 feet, but if you're from a principal arterial, it's 150 feet. And so the thought was perhaps we should just make it a standard setback from the road rather than having them be 150 feet back, and just trying to concentrate them a bit and not spread them throughout the county. So that setback from the roadway is something that we've discussed. We don't show it here as being an item, but it is something that I think we're going to consider. Fencing is another item that we are working with. Originally, we wanted wildlife permeable fencing, and then we learned the National Energy Code requires chain link security fencing around electrical components. And it's our understanding that that requirement does not apply to the solar arrays themselves. So perhaps if you look at that bottom right figure, this is a kind of fencing that may be possible around the solar arrays. It would be more agricultural looking, less security looking. It would still have to be 7 feet tall. I believe that is their standard. And that, so that's what we were recommending. The figure on the left side, that probably is not workable and will have to come out. But when we talked to the sheep grazers, they had concerns with this type of fencing. And the wildlife biologist said it's great for letting possums and raccoons, and it's even some coyotes can squeeze through those boxes. So sheep grazers would rather see security fencing, but the closer links closer to the ground so that they're not getting the predators in with the sheep. And I think that we can work in measures that if it's used for agriculture, just leave the options open and look at each one as it comes through. We do want the wildlife corridors, and that's for two reasons. One is we don't want to impede the movement of wildlife, but the other one is we don't want to direct them to the roadways. And so the wildlife biologist said you would really want to look at every project, because if there's wooded stream corridors or drainage areas, the wildlife will more than likely use that, and they could be directed to that. But then in certain areas, he thought corridors would be very appropriate, but they would have to be looked at a case-by-case basis. And so that's how we would leave that. But we would work with the wildlife biologist when an application comes in. And the buffering and screening, while we're mentioning it, that it may include berms or evergreen species, there's been some comments that this may not be the most appropriate, because on the one hand, we're trying to preserve agricultural land, but on the other hand, we're saying, let's get the dirt together and make big berms, so we're disturbing more land. So berms may not be a good alternative here. We may need to come up with other options for buffering that are more sensitive to the agricultural use of the land. Battery energy storage systems, we've left that language pretty much the way it is. Later on, we'll go over the emergency preparedness plans that we're working with the fire district chiefs on, and we've asked them to provide us with their comments of what they need. But we've got this information primarily from other communities and from the fire, what do you call it here? The National Fire Protection Association document. And so we haven't made any changes to that. Signage and lighting. Noise, we are making one change, and this is something we may still want to consider. We were saying that at the noise source, it could be 65 decibels. And then there's been some change to make that to 60 decibels as measured at the property line. And so, of course, those measurements would be taken when it's quiet. So we're not measuring everything else in the neighborhood. But we may want to look in that and just see what 60 decibels is. And there's studies that explain how noise reduces as you go further away from it. So we want to look into that just to make sure that we're not putting something near the property line, near a residence, that is going to be an impact for them. If you're just next to farmland, the 65 decibels probably wouldn't be an issue, but we want to be extremely careful when you're next to a residence. And then we have the maintenance requirements, modifications that was there before that the county commission could modify these items. Building permits and plan review. The codes department indicated they're not equipped or trained to inspect these kind of things or to review the building permits. So that would have to be done by a third party, the building permit review. And if we do have 5-year or 10-year reviews, those would probably also be done by an independent review agency, just because once again, we're reviewing things that may be beyond zoning and codes ability. So something we want to include. The time frame, I think Jim mentioned that we're looking at what the time frame should be. We're looking at 20 years here. That's something that we're still considering, so we'd like input on that. And then the transfer of operator, and as I noted, that's something we look at the beginning is the operator, you know, do we think they're able to do it? So if they transfer the business and we get a new operator, we'd want to look at their track record as well. And our current standard says we would look at the whole CUP, and we may want to change this to where we're just looking at that operator. You know, we evaluate the operator, and maybe at that time we look at the compliance of the facilities, make sure that the new operator isn't taking on something they have no idea that there's non-compliance issues. So this may not be a complete reevaluation of the CUP. One thing that I think is important to know is that when you're a large scale facility, you would have to do additional public notice. So planning would send out that notice. You get 20 days before the planning commission meeting. Before they submit the application, the applicant would need to mail out a notice to everyone within a mile. And it's a pretty general notice. And they can add to this if they want, but basically it's just letting you know they're going to submit something. And, you know, if you have questions, call. And later on, when I get to one of these other standards, it'll explain that one of the requirements is that they actually meet with the neighbors. They need to provide us documentation with what meetings did they have, what kind of outreach did they do with the people in the area. So then we explained the kind of plans we need, basically just showing all the items that were there before, the internal drives, abandoned or current wells, buildings, waterways, and then the proposed conditions, what they plan on putting there. And this is what I was talking about as far as supplemental information, the public outreach. This is only for the large scale ones, how they inform nearby property owners and interested stakeholders, what meetings were held. And that way, when it comes to your consideration, you'll see what kind of outreach they had with the neighborhood. And we would encourage them to have a pretty robust outreach. The stormwater management plan, you may remember in August, one of the firms that was interested mentioned that they would like it to be made clear that when they submit the application, they don't have to provide full engineered plans for like their stormwater management. And the reason for that is a conditional use permit has two parts. One is you're getting approval for the use, but the other one is you've got a detailed plan and you're getting approval for all the detailed components. And so we did add this word, that the wording in purple, that when you submit an application, you can provide preliminary plans as long as the county engineer determines they're adequate for him to see that yes, it could occur. You know, and that way you can go through, you can get preliminary approval of the use, but before it goes on for approval, you have to provide those detailed engineering plans to the county engineer, and they'll go to the county commission so that it's not final approved until those things have been taken into account. And so that's just stating it here on the stormwater plans again. Traffic information that we need to provide, and the traffic information is very important because during construction, if it's going to impact township roads or county roads, we would want to be able to have them provide funds or maintenance to make sure that the roads are just as good afterwards as they were before they began their project. The vegetation plan, this is something that we're rethinking a bit because when the grazers came to our meeting and the engineers, actually the engineering firms, we were just blanketly saying native plantings. And the engineer said, well, sometimes the native plants just get too tall and they interfere with the solar arrays moving. And then the sheep, that may not be what they particularly want to eat. So we would want to keep native plants, but we may go in and recommend some shorter grasses that may grow well in the area, or a variety of things so that there's more options, because native plantings may not always be the best option, but we do want to make sure whatever is selected is something that increases the soil health. On the emergency services plan, as I said, the fire chiefs are all looking at this and we're expecting comments from them anytime. And we'll probably meet with them again to go over what they would like to see. The soil sampling plan, this is something that's very important. When we say we want it to end up as good as it was before the solar array went in. The only way to know is if we do soil tests beforehand and during and after. And we do them during so we can kind of monitor what is the impact. And if the soil quality is staying the same or improving, we can be pretty comfortable. But if it's degrading, actually there is an option here. It's one of the later conditions that if it's degrading, then soil remediation plans would be provided to the Zoning and Codes Office and the county engineer, and then they would just develop a plan to where they could do extra steps to make sure that that soil health is at least staying constant. And then the abandonment and decommissioning and reclamation plan. So this has provisions that they just stop using the solar panels, because sometimes, you know, you've had uses that just stopped use for a while and then they started back up for their own reasons. So if they're not in use for 12 months, we would consider them abandoned unless, you know, they provide information as to why it's not being used. And this explains the process for that. Cables would need to be buried, and we've had people show an interest in being able to leave them. At first we'd said everything that's buried has to be removed. We've had some interest in leaving some of them, and I think the Kansas KCC and the county engineer both noted that if you do leave them, a map should be made, provided to one call, and then perhaps the deed of the property should note that there are buried cables. And that way people know to call one call if they want to do some work there and dig deeper. There weren't a lot of changes made in the decommissioning and reclamation, the bond. So one thing, there was a comment made about what if costs change during the life of the project and you get a bond established at the beginning, but it's not nearly enough at the end. And so we found this, this means that you recalculate it every 5 years. A qualified individual would recalculate, and this would take into account change in prices. And if the price goes up by more than 10%, then the financial security would be adjusted. And if it goes down, so it's less than 90%, then the county could approve reducing the amount. So that measure is added to that. So that's basically an overview of the changes we made and kind of what we're interested in hearing feedback on. Anything, of course, that you're interested in, but those major points, fencing, acreage, lifespan. I think those are some of the bigger items that we're trying to look into. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I think Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, I think Chair Sinclair, what we'd like to do is kind of open it up to some of these topics that have been raised to have a discussion. I know we, as an ad hoc group, there's kind of a long list of things that we're not all totally in agreement on, or we just need more information on, or more input. Mary touched on many of those, and as we start, I don't know, maybe the best way is just follow Mary's example and start at the top, which starts with what types of lands these can be on or soils it can be on. I might ask Commissioner Willie to give us a little overview of where we are with that and what type of information we still need.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I was given an assignment here. You might have to repeat it. But I first wanted to just acknowledge that we have a lot of people in the room. We're only getting glimpses of it if we're here on Zoom, but I really want to thank the public for how they've been involved, and there will be time for you to talk to us again in the meeting here yet also. People have been very kind, and they've also brought forth a lot of great topics for us to discuss. I also want to thank the utility companies for holding off on their applications while we work through this. And I think all parties would probably agree that this is a painful process to watch and be a part of. We need to hear this whole range of perspectives. I know, I think it frustrates people to hear the other side and the biases that come in with that, but that's part of what we do here is kind of shake through that and decide what is valuable for us to keep finding out more information and what kind of needs to be put aside while we make these regulations. So we're not done yet, but I just want to thank everybody for being here and being part of the process and providing information for us along the way, much of which is in our packet. Commissioner Carpenter, you asked me a question.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. I was hoping you could open the discussion about, are there any types of soils we should steer clear of? We have those options listed in the draft about prime soils and such. And I would just ask if you could bring the public and the rest of the commission up to speed as to where our discussions are and what we still need input on.
Okay. So in a lot of the literature that you see about siting of solar facilities, they say go for brownfield sites, which is not something that we necessarily have control over. We get projects that come to us, and we have to be prepared to say yes or no or have conditions on that. We definitely hear a lot about the sunflower plant and why that hasn't been used, and that's kind of outside of our purview also. But really, one of the things we have to acknowledge is that there is a kind of direct competition between what we count as, class 1 and 2 soils. I would also say class 3 and 4 soils, which are also pretty fabulous soils. If you look worldwide, a lot of our soils in Douglas County are all of our soils are worth protecting. But the class 1 and 2 soils are unique because they are deep. So there's not a lot of rock there, and they are flat. And the classifications, as we talk about it, were specifically designed for how they were classified for tillage agriculture, a lot of which we don't even do anymore. But it favors exactly the same qualities that solar, I suspect, will favor, which is flat, which means less possibility of erosion, and deep, which means that the solar installations can be pushed into the ground instead of augering out and putting in concrete footings and pilings like you'd have to do if there were rock beneath. They also would be easier to take away with less environmental damage. So we just have to acknowledge that there's going to be a trade-off here. If we say no development in class 1 and 2 soils, then we have to look at what's left. And does that put us on, what kind of slopes does that put us on? And what kind of environmental issues can arise with that? So I think we need to do a little bit of mapping. I'm not committed right now to a position about that. I just think we just need to do our homework and say, if we were to count those soils out, what's left? And is that really where we want solar to occur? I think our main goal is to make sure that whatever regulations we put in place, that they are kind of respectful of the land that they're put on, so that we are comfortable with a wider variety of places that might occur. Did that cover it, Commissioner Carpenter?
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Yeah, part of our discussions have talked about minimal disturbance to the soils during the construction phase. I think Commissioner Ashworth is going to talk more about some of the considerations about what type of vegetation and fencing when we get to that. But just looking at, that's part of what we're working with here is an assessment of what is in the soil, whether and try to set up regulations that minimize negative impacts over the duration of the project so that if the project does leave, the soils can be returned to a similar condition. That doesn't mean essentially back to cropland. It means that the hope is that they would be carbon sinks during the period of operation and actually be better soils that would be available for different uses or possibly agriculture or whatever is needed at that time, 30 or 50 or more years from now, because we're really talking about what our grandkids or great grandkids are going to be doing with these lands that we want to try to preserve as much as possible. So I think what we'd like to hear is if any of the other commissioners have any thoughts about what type of soils, if we should avoid any type of soils, if we're on the right track with working out regulations or maybe regulations specific for different soil types. Just kind of open the floor to see where we are with that, if anyone's had any thoughts. I can't see the whole screen, so I don't know. There's probably 6 of you with your hands up and I can't see it. Okay.
Commissioner Carpenter, if I could.
Sure.
I mean, I'd be curious to know what sort of, and this kind of is directed back to Commissioner Willie, Luke Sinclair Chair, by the way. What sort of mapping is there that would be available, like now, I guess, and what the county has the capacity to do to figure out where the class 1 and 2 soils are so that we could know if we barred those soils from being used for these purposes, what would be left?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. That mapping capability is well within what our county can provide on for the ad hoc committee or for later for the rest of the committee without too much trouble, I think. And Mary, if you'd care to say if I'm out of line.
Mary Miller, planner. No, we have a layer on the GIS that shows class 1 or 2 soils. I'm assuming it's still accurate. I don't think that changes. It's been there for about 10 years, but I think it's still accurate. So I guess we can compare that with contours and kind of get a good feeling. Maybe just select some random spots throughout the county where there is class 1 or 2 soils to see what would be the difference.
Luke Sinclair Chair. Okay, thank you. I think that could be valuable to also to know how much class 1 and 2 soils we have, vis-a-vis other classes, so we'd know what we could be losing potentially, agricultural use of for a period of 20 or more years, if they were all, theoretically leased up or bought up for solar purposes. I like that idea. But I'd be curious to know what the other commissioners have to say. Yeah, Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. We may not have to count these out for agricultural uses at all, completely. We did hear from the Solar Grazing, American Solar Grazing Association, and they have a very active group, especially out of the eastern states, usually smaller installations is what they have up there. And I know that we have a local grazer who's very interested to see if that is something that she could partner with companies if they came in here. And also it's fairly new, but there's a lot of research going on out of Cornell and other places to see what other kinds of agriculture can coexist with utility scale solar. I think the easier application is if you have existing farms that add solar. So they have already kind of put the thought process into that, but we would have solar and then looking to see what kind of agricultural uses we can have on that. I think there's probably quite a bit of space left that could be possibly used for vegetable production or more intensive food production, not necessarily row crops as we know them in commodity farming.
Commissioner Carpenter, Luke Sinclair Chair, Commissioner Carpenter, go ahead.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. One thing that we did learn through this process is when we're talking about agrovoltaics, it's a management strategy used by the individual companies. I think the best we can do is kind of list the types of compatible uses we would like to see explored. But this is really separate contracts between the energy company and whoever's going to maintain the area underneath the solar arrays and around the perimeter fencing. So what we've heard from different individuals, kind of piecing it all together, is we're looking at trying to maintain the grasses. The fire chiefs would like to see them less than 10 inches. So it's coming up with types of grass mixes and such, but those have to be maintained either by mowing or by grazing or by chemical use. And of course, we prefer that they not be by chemical use, and we find some other way to do it. So those are things that we can suggest, but we don't ultimately have control over the management practice during the operation of these facilities. But we can suggest that there are these opportunities should be explored and used if possible. Commissioner Willie had her hand up.
I did. Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. As far as what kind of management practices, we do, I think, very strongly recommend or require that everything under the panels be in perennial vegetation, grasses, mixture of grasses, forbs, pollinator plants. So the solar facilities that you see either in deserts or in places where they apparently didn't have strong regulations ahead of time, where you see clear cutting or gravel or no vegetation maintained under the panels, that's not an option within our regulations. I don't think that would pass this committee or the county commission either. So it will be a perennial mixture of some kind. And then the management of that then is up to the solar companies. We would like to see if there are ways that we can encourage grazing over mowing, but it would be probably a contract that the solar company would then outsource to hire that vegetation management. And that's another set of questions that we will have with some of our industry personnel to see what's the likelihood of that, what's the interest level in that. It doesn't seem like something that we can require, but I think we can show our interest in that.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, we kind of strayed a little bit from what type of soils to be on into the maintenance part, but pull back a little bit if there are any other comments about placement of these facilities in the county before we go on to perhaps the size of acreage included in a conditional use permit and whether or not there's a total number of acres in the county that could be used for this type of practice. So if there are any other thoughts or comments about the soil types, it looks like we're still kind of floundering on that one. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. We opened that up to a few more topics about location. And one of them I think is perhaps more important than a specific soil type would be slopes. And if we have a minimum or a maximum slope that we would not allow panels to be built on because it would require too much grading or too much potential erosion, I think that might be a direction to go rather than specific soil types, so that we're getting at something specific that we're wanting to see protected. In terms of other things with location, I know there's been a lot of interest and concern about property values, and that is not something that we typically, as a planning commission, consider very strongly because we've been expected by staff or instructed by staff that is sometimes outside of our purview. But I think this is one of those times where it's a big enough change that it is worth some discussion. So I would like to see if Commissioner Carpenter would allow that topic to come up for a while.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. Not in control of the meeting. We're going to go where the discussion goes. And that's a valid topic to bring up now. So Commissioner Willie, are those all your thoughts, looking for feedback, or do you have some more thoughts on that?
Maybe Mary can say, we've addressed this a little bit with the county. Did you get any feedback from our county officials?
Mary Miller, planner. I know Tanya Boyd contacted Stephen Miles, the county appraiser. There she is. And I don't know if you heard more. What I heard in the communication was that he hadn't seen enough of this kind of a project to see that there'd be a change. Did he have anything else to say, Tanya?
No, I believe that he really wanted to depend heavily on communities that have gone through this. So he was going to reach out to other communities within the appraisal field to determine how property values were affected by those specific communities in other states, and said he would get back to us. So I don't think we have a clear answer on that currently at the moment.
Jim Carpenter, Plan Commissioner. So that's a topic we're still going to explore. We'll get something. Commissioner Shanklin has his hand up.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. As you guys who were involved in the Big Springs Quarry review know, the materials that were supplied with that process included expert testimony on the impacts of quarries on local land use values, and argued strenuously that there were none, or at least no causal connections between the quarry facility and the fluctuation in values of neighboring land. Refuting a report called the Height Report, which goes back for decades, that did say that there was some causal connection. I would just comment on this, that it's the quality of negative externalities that reduce land values, and that depends a lot on how we mitigate. Do we provide setbacks? Do we provide, vegetation buffers and things like that, or require those? Because those things alone will do a lot to the perception of negative externalities. It's not as if, like a quarry, we're producing lots of dust that's going to gather on car rooftops, or people are going to breathe it. Now, it may affect traffic for a while, and that's something to consider. But anyway, those are just my thoughts, that there's a lot more that goes into that analysis, even than just looking at comparables from other communities. Thanks.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Shanklin. That is a topic that we're going to have to visit tonight, is setbacks and buffers. And because we have heard concerns that there are some smaller landholders out in the area where the contracts are being signed that feel like they're being surrounded. So this also goes to, do we prohibit these facilities from completely surrounding an existing residence that non-participate in the project? And if so, how many sides of that house and how far back do we have to go? Those would be different types of setbacks as opposed just from the road. The road setbacks, things that we've heard about, are preserving right-of-way use for possible, well, there is the right-of-way that they can't build in, but then additional area for rural water districts to put in pipelines if there's a need for additional power lines to go from the solar facility to the transmission lines and such. All those things have to still be considered. I would just say we have not heard, well, we've not visited with the townships yet, and we've not visited with rural water districts yet. So that might be something we'll want to try to pull off before February 2, just to make sure we touch on any special concerns they might have. But So any thoughts, I guess, since we're on setbacks at the moment, any thoughts about some of that? And in addition to that, we've heard concerns about if there's a use of security cameras, where they're pointed. Do they point at, people's houses? And of course, a very well-known concern by the county about glare, which comes up with metal roofs on barns and things already. So, glare is an issue. And that's why you see also listed in here, they have to comply with all FAA requirements. So they don't end up potentially blinding airplanes on approach. So any feedback or questions or comments about any of those types of topics about setbacks and buffers would be appreciated right now. Commissioner Willie.
Really, anybody else can jump in here. Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. In my mind, what Commissioner Carpenter laid out, it's setbacks from roads, setbacks from houses, both participating and non-participating, and then setbacks from sensitive lands, which gives us our wildlife corridors. From the roads, there's the one that least concerns me. We had talked about, we kind of gone the full gamut from how much visual screening do we need of these projects, and I think not being able to see them at all from the public road is too high of a bar to ask for. So I think that setback that allows us to have utility easements as we need is important. And I think beyond that, we need to be efficient with the space if we're going to do it, but also to instead ask for those setbacks from houses and from our sensitive lands, just as we define, because we're already, if we're talking about slopes, wetlands, stream corridors, stands of native trees, all of those that fall into our sensitive lands as being off limits for panel development or other infrastructure. Those lands mean a lot more to me than necessarily whether or not you can see it from the road. We've kind of part and parcel with that. We've talked about buffering, like what do we need to do to make sure that you don't see them? And from the road, I think planting additional trees in the rural areas is not a responsible use of ag land. That's another discussion for another time, maybe. And the use of berming also, I feel, is a soil disturbance that we just can't justify in order to not be able to see it from the road. Now, I feel differently about that from housing. And I think that needs to be kind of discussions with neighbors who feel they may become impacted, is what kind of visual screening do they need? And I think we need to get some feedback specifically from the public. And we have a little bit in our packet about what kind of setbacks do they feel that they need from housing, and whether or not the commission feels that it's important to differentiate between participating housing and landowners and non-participating housing. That's something I would throw back to the commission to see if that matters to anyone.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Anybody want to jump in on that?
Luke Sinclair, Chair, just clarification, participating versus non-participating housing. Can you clarify that for me?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. When we're referring to participating and non-participating, participating are those landowners that have signed a lease to permit some portion or all of their land to be used for the solar facility. We know that at least one company is requesting that those setbacks be smaller because those people have asked for the solar to be there. Non-participating have not signed a lease and are seeing this go in around them, contrary to sometimes what they want to have around them. So we're looking at, increased buffering for those types of situations. I would also point out this is a difference between what we're doing tonight with the text amendment and the process with the conditional use permit. The specifics, we're just coming up with general rules. Do we want to treat those differently? Do we want to just call for increased setbacks and buffering from non-participating landowners or not. And the details and specifics would then be worked out in each particular conditional use permit as part of the overall site planning process, some of which we'll see, at least the preliminary steps, and some which would be after the Planning Commission has visited a particular conditional use permit. So I'll just ask Tanya or Mary if I've got that all correct. Just
Mary Miller, planner, yes, I think you have it exactly right. And that's one thing we've been wondering. And also, some residences might not be participating, but they agree with the firm. They sign an agreement with them that they give up their setbacks. And that's written into the language now that if they sign that agreement, then we have to put that on file. But in that case, the facility could be closer. So it's those houses that don't sign the agreement, and then we're looking at whether or not they're participating. Are they on the lease, or are they a person that didn't sign the lease? And we're kind of looking at that as far as the setbacks.
Jim Carpenter, Plan Commissioner, and those are the very types of items that might have an impact on the perceived value of a particular property by a buyer down the road, because they'd have to be disclosed that, you know, a prior landowner has agreed to something and that's binding on the land for the duration of the project. So it may, you know, lower the actual offer price if they seek for a future sale. But those are all, you know, that's individual homeowner and landowner decisions, but just point out that could have an impact there. Just so any other thoughts? Do we distinguish? I think we're on the track of distinguishing between the two and providing for a way to have exceptions that a non-participating landowner can agree to have them closer if they so desire. You know, another thing is every restriction on setback and such means that the conditional use permit request is going to be for a greater number of acres, because we're right now looking, this cap on acreage that we're talking about is actually the land covered by the panels, not the total area that's enclosed in the fences. As Commissioner Willie keeps bringing up, it's the area enclosed in the fences that we really have to pay some attention to. I think we heard from one of the county staff about a project somewhere else in the country that had to use an exceptional number of acres of land in the project just to get to the 1,000 acres of solar panels. So those are considerations too, as how much land total is going to end up in each of these conditional use permits. But we haven't gotten to that topic, which we need to get to. So anything else on buffering or screening or how to differentiate it?
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I got a question just to maybe to foil against the focusing on the differentiation between participating and non-participating. But what is there a downside to just having a clause in the regulations that say, you know, the setback from housing or dwellings or whatever shall be X, except that, you know, as otherwise agreed by property owners? And be just across the board rule, is there a countervailing interest in having a differentiation between those two types of parties?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner Sinclair, or Chair Sinclair, are you suggesting that it be up to every property owner, whether participating or non-participating, as to how close they can come to their residence with the solar panels? Or should we set a minimum distance and then allow exceptions by individual property owners?
I'm certainly not advocating what I just said. I was bringing it up, I guess, as a way to sort of tease out why it is that we want to have setback requirements and buffer requirements in the first place, and then why we'd want them to be different depending on whether or not the property owner is participating or not participating. instead of just leaving it up to the property owners. And I just as a way to sort of talk about it, because I know that there are downsides, I know, to leaving it up to each property owner. We have regulations in these situations for a reason.
Carpenter, Planning Commission, I guess one is somebody's voluntarily having these placed on their property and the other is having them creep up to their property lines, and they did not agree to it at all in the first place. So that's why I think we're looking at a minimum distance, and possibly following your train of thought, it could be that those participating landowners could sign an agreement to allow them to come closer to their homes. But we have a agreed setback from non-participating homes. But those landowners could also agree, because there could be a side contract or something that takes place between, adjacent property owners to do it. But, those things we can't really control, but we can say what a minimum setback will be and, when there can be exceptions. So following those, you have any follow-up thoughts, Chair?
Excuse me, Luke Sinclair, Chair. I guess it makes sense to me to do it the way, I guess, that you guys are suggesting, or at least talking about. What the minimum setback should be in one case versus the other, I don't have an idea of at this point, but I'm okay with that sort of conceptual framework for how to deal with these.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Unless there's other comments, we might set this one aside and go back to just the size. This is a sticking point about the size of each conditional use permit application. Right now it's about. Pardon?
Two commissioners have been trying to speak, Commissioner Ashworth and Commissioner Shanklin.
See, I can't see them on my screen. This is a problem. So, Commissioner Ashworth.
Commissioner Ashworth, that's okay. I won't take more time. You've already covered the points that I wanted to make sure were covered.
I'll try to watch the other screen, so wave.
I'll do a better job too.
So, yeah, Chair, if you see somebody indicate that they'd like to speak, please jump in and let us know. So who else was it, Commissioner Willie?
Commissioner Shanklin.
Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I was just going to comment that in the case of participating property owners, isn't it highly likely that they will have an agreement with the applicant to permit a smaller setback, if any at all, and they'll likely be compensated for that. So we just want to build controls around the possibility that that sort of agreement may impact on adjoining property owners. So I think it can be phrased as something to the effect of, in the absence of an agreement to the contrary, we need this kind of setback. That was just my thought. Thanks.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Shanklin. I think all this conversation has been helpful and something we can work with to modify that language a little bit to reflect, I think, where we're all coming from eventually here. I'd like to jump back to actually the size of the conditional use permit request. Right now, our draft regulations put that as 1,000 acres, but as stated, that is the coverage of the actual solar panels. So it could be a larger area to get to that. Part of this was just in how to manage the application. Notice, requirements, looking at each parcel of land that's included in it. So this is something, really defer to Tanya Voigt about what the capacity is, because the size is really coming from, how the permit process works and what's a manageable bite. Because as I would point out, we're not talking about, no one's limited to one conditional use permit of 1,000 acres. They could file, for 2, 3 conditional use permits, or multiple companies could be filing for conditional use permits that staff would have to be able to process. So I'd like to defer to Tanya and her expertise on just what is manageable by the county.
Thank you, Jim. Tanya Voigt, Zoning Director. So I think where our concerns came from is typically when we're addressing a conditional use permit, oftentimes that's a very small footprint with a very large impact. So it can sometimes be something as small as 100-foot by 150-foot type commercial use. We deal with some industrial uses, and sometimes even that small of a footprint has a lot of resources that take up our time at our office. So when we were looking at coming up with a size cap, we were really concerned about really what our current staff levels could handle when an application comes in, because we have the building code component, which we've already discussed. Our building codes office, we don't have a lot of industrial development. Honestly, not even a lot of commercial development. Most of our development is residential. And so we want to make sure that our staff is equipped to handle erosion plans, looking at slopes, running the LISA tool on every single parcel, looking at the type of quality of agricultural soils on the parcels, being able to address the wildlife corridors, being able to address the fencing and the spacing, being able to look at wetlands. We were really trying to think of where we are at a staff level. Keep in mind, the zoning and code staff is a staff of 7 that serves the entire county. And so one application is extremely impactful, no matter the application to our office. The administrative reviews are extremely impactful. Just doing all of the administrative work behind an application is extremely time consuming and really takes up a lot of staff time that when this is taken up at this level, we won't be available for the other county services that we're supposed to provide. So we're just trying to balance that in the best way that we can think to do that.
Thank you, Tanya. Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. So I think that's just kind of an explanation of what's driving that limit. It's not, a desire just to say it's not arbitrary. It's budgetary and staffing. Because I know that it's been a question that's been raised quite a bit. And as I said, there's nothing to prohibit consecutive applications by the same company for, separate conditional use permits. So eventually, it could grow to 1,000, 2,000 if they can get contiguous lands under lease and move through the process. But there's only so many. They have to be in bite-sized parcels for us to process, because just remember, at whatever planning commission composition there is when it comes from city staff, these are going to be huge applications for each one of these. Just look at all the reports and such that are required as part of the application process, and then going down with the LISA tool, looking at each parcel as whether it's appropriate for inclusion in the conditional use permit, or if conditions are put on certain parcels or not. So it will be a massive undertaking for the Planning Commission also. So any other thoughts on that? Or
Yeah, Commissioner Harper, this is Commissioner Rexroad. Different schools of thought on how to think about a cap, or whether a cap would exist. And I understand, Tanya, I really do appreciate being realistic and looking at the resources that are available to manage this. We have learned, and this is something maybe that the rest of the commission hasn't heard yet, we have learned that The utility scale solar projects out there on average are larger than 1,000 acres today. I think the number that we were given was maybe as big as 2,500 acres. So it begs a question, and if that really is what the utilities need to have viable projects, do we need to, along with what we're doing, think about how we as the community resource this now very, very new body of work that we have in front of us? If these projects really are, in fact, as we've heard, larger than that 1,000 acres, if we say that we don't have the capacity to deal with that, are we in fact saying that we can't engage with these kinds of projects? So I would really love for us to, I'd love to hear from the rest of the commission their thoughts on how we might approach the reality of resource constraint with what we hear the reality of project size might be.
Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I think the first question I would ask is, do we have an experience of any kind that's analogous to this one, where we've been able to shift the burden of increased costs attributable to an application to the applicant? And if so, that's helpful. If not, I think we still ought to look at the legality of saying, okay, we have XYZ variables, for example, acreage or number of parcels or certain attributes of those parcels, that if any one or more of them exceeds certain thresholds, then it's reasonable for us to shift the burden of that review to the applicant to pay for our planning consultants to do that. I mean, as a planning commissioner, you know, I'm on board for the project. I volunteered for that, and, you know, we'll do what I, you know, do. But I take Tanya's position to heart here. If we can't do a good job, then we are not going to come up with a reasonable position on their application. And that's our job, is to come to a reasonable determination. So just my thought on the subject. I think we ought to try to find a way to cost shift.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Tanya, would you like to add any comments after that?
I believe Mary has a comment as well. Tanya Voigt, Zoning Director. I do agree that there are times and places where consultants are needed. And consultant work is needed because we don't have the resources at a local level. As you can see, take Johnson County, for instance, they're actually using a consultant to draft the solar regulations. We're doing that in-house. A lot of people use consultants to draft zoning regulations or subdivision regulations. We also do that in-house, and we kind of pride ourselves on it because we care so much about our community that we want to make sure that the values of the community are met locally. So I think it would just really depend on having a good relationship with that consultant and really feeling like that consultant is a good fit with our community.
Mary?
Mary Miller, planner. This might be a good time to mention what's called a pilot payment. And I am not very knowledgeable about it, but it means payment in lieu of taxes, because that's a concern as well. They don't pay very much taxes. And that may be a way to fund another staff person whose job would be to review these projects. And you know, wouldn't work for the first one because of course they wouldn't be paying anything yet. But I think Tanya has more familiarity with that program. And I don't know if Karen or Sharon or Gary do, that we've been discussing that. And various counties have wind farms or solar facilities. They receive these payments in lieu of taxes. It's an annual payment. So it's taken the place of those property taxes. Do any of you have any more information on that? Because I'm afraid I don't have a lot of specifics.
Karen William, Planning Commissioner. Neither do I, but this is one of those places that we identified. It's an issue for the county. It's also kind of outside of our wheelhouse as the Planning Commission because it is not a land use issue, but it is a very real issue for the county that there's not a lot of tax dollars that come to the county from a project like this. It's still taxed as an ag use. So we've been looking at like and there are real costs, of course, associated with if we have to get a third party to do compliance reviews or even the building permit reviews, because it's just different from what we do. It's just mostly residential in the rural areas. So this payment in lieu of taxes is something that the county will have to look into further, but I'm not sure that we as the Planning Commission get to have a whole lot of say about it. Just that we want the public to know that that's an issue that needs to be resolved along with the rest of the regulations here to make sure that this is cost effective for our county and that we can get the right eyes on it for compliance issues. Because I know that that's been, all of those have been issues that have been raised by the public, and very rightfully so.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, any other comments along those lines right now? Anybody with definite feelings about the size in an initial conditional use permit?
David Carter, Commissioner here. I just want to follow up on Commissioner Willie's observation about the taxation and the treatment of the property as ag. I'm curious, what are the bounds around that? Is it something that the county has control over? Is that some sort of state statute, or is it dependent on the zoning? Commissioner Willie, you have any idea about that, or does anyone else?
I will pitch it to Tanya.
I think we also have the county attorney on here too, that we might pitch that to him.
Yeah, Tanya Voigt, zoning director. Jeff might actually have more additional information about that, but I believe that is at the state level. So that is an incentive that's been provided by the state of Kansas that doesn't allow wind or solar to be taxed at a commercial or industrial rate for the next 10 years. And then after that, they'll readdress it and decide if that will be extended or if that may change. And I'll let Jeff clarify just because I'm definitely not an expert in that field either.
Hi, Jeff Hyman, legal representative for the county. Tanya actually has it spot on. There's a statute which exempts property that's used predominantly for producing or generating electricity using renewable energy sources from ad valorem taxation for a period of 10 years. And that 10-year period starts from, I think it's a taxable year in which the construction or the installation on the property is completed. So for right now, it's a 10-year exemption. Obviously that could change, but that's where it currently stands. And the pilot agreement that was referenced earlier, I think is a way to potentially allow for some payments, like it says, in lieu of taxes because of that exemption.
Follow-up, Commissioner Carter.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, David Carter, Commissioner. I guess that would influence my feelings, getting back to Tanya's observation about enforcement, that could influence the maximum size. I mean, that we can only permit the acreage that can be enforced without a marginal cost of additional personnel to the county.
Commissioner Ashworth here, Planning Commission. So in terms of writing something like that into the regulations, are you thinking about a cap for the project, or a cap maybe for that would trigger a threshold for pilot funds? Would it be more of a threshold that that a project crosses that would then bring in potential for hiring a consultant, additional staff, or are you talking about a cap on the project per CUP? That question was to Commissioner Carter.
Okay. David Carter, Commissioner. I mean, I think practically it would have to be a county level. I mean, because the enforcement isn't per property, it would be for the county as a whole. That's just my impression. I mean, it seems as Jeff mentioned, if this is I think it was Jeff who mentioned that this is an incentive for it's an incentive for the solar companies. It's an incentive for the landowners, but there's no incentive for the county. There's no, I mean, if the marginal benefit, if there's no marginal benefit going to the county, and yet the county has to hold the burden of paying for enforcement, just in practical terms, that just that it seems that it would be a county level cap.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission again, then I'll pitch that question to staff in terms of the language that would be in the regulations. Would it be a number of acres, however that would be defined, that would be a threshold that would trigger some other action, or a definite cap on the acres of the project? I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear with that, but Mary mentioned that these pilot funds, payment in lieu of taxes. Would a project that, say, is greater than 1,000 acres would trigger some third party hiring, as opposed to, okay, we're going to cap each CUP at 1,000 acres? I don't know if the language would be different with regard to the regulations.
Mary?
Mary Miller, planner. I was just going to ask the county counselor, because since none of us really know the workings of the pilot program, if that's something that can be written in, or is this a completely voluntary program they enter into the county commission at the last stage?
Jeff Hyman, legal representative for the county. My experience with the pilot program is fairly limited. I have seen a copy of an agreement that it was used with Marion County with a wind farm. And it's just a standalone agreement with, I believe, the developer in the county that seemed, based on the recitals in the agreement, likely followed the CUP. But in that particular case, there was no language that I saw in the agreement that, you know, that this pilot agreement kicked in at a certain threshold. I just think that this is probably an agreement that they used in connection with their, you know, CUP regulations.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks, Jeff. Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I have some experience with pilots in New York City, and we use them there to entice employers to come into the city. So the measures of the obligation on their part would be, for example, to maintain a certain number of employees in an office building in a certain district in New York. And if they were to do that, then coupled with this payment in lieu of taxes, they would have a tax abatement for, say, 10 years. And so if it works the same way in Kansas, you would couple what you want to get out of the solar project with an agreement for them to also pay some money, but to be, you know, to have their taxes abated for a certain period of years. And Jeff, you'll have to tell us whether or not we can do tax abatements here. But that would be, I mean, we ought to be looking at the burdens that are imposed by the development, in addition to just simply the acreage. There are a number of variables that Tanya mentioned that I think impose additional workload on her and other staff. And so it may be simply that having to review a certain number of parcels, you know, managing data or something like that causes additional expense. You know, we're not going to get them to provide additional employees, I don't think. I mean, it could be the case that, you know, to get tax relief, they have to do that. I'm not sure how that would work with solar panels. Thanks.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. In this case, we're not talking about a tax abatement. We're talking about that they pay so little in taxes that it doesn't cover what the county requires out of it. So in this case, I think even anything that falls under the commercial utility scale, which we have written in as 5 acres, which is fairly small, but we don't have, and Tanya can speak to this if I'm correct, we don't have the experience to really evaluate in terms of the compliance part of it, these installations. So I think we would need to hire that done. So I would think that we would need to recoup those costs even on small installations. So I don't know that that really gets us to a practical way to determine, an upper end cap. I think that pilot discussion for how we recoup some of the costs to the county needs to happen on everything within this commercial utility scale. Karen
that-
Willie.
Are you
Planning
directing
Commissioner.
your question to anybody, Commissioner Williams?
I guess I was kind of clarifying where I think if the legality allows for that, and if that is something that seems a reasonable thing to ask, we have a real need that arises that is outside of the county's budget currently. I think that makes sense to ask for that as a payment in lieu of taxes, or whatever those real accrued expenses would be. So maybe that is to Jeff, if that, I think we have more research to do, I think. Is that correct?
Jeff Hyman, legal representative for the county. Yeah, I think that this is just one example of where payments can come in lieu of taxes, but like you mentioned, cost sharing arrangements, there may be some other avenues that are worth looking into, and I think we'd be happy to do that.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. I just add while we're on that, we also have to factor in that our conditional use permits usually have periodic reviews that make sure everyone's in compliance. We've had an ask by the fire chiefs for yearly inspections, which they haven't actually submitted to us yet, but which they mentioned at their meeting. And also the fire chiefs want to know if any special equipment might be needed to deal with emergencies at these facilities and who's going to pay for that equipment. But all those are issues, I think, outside of where we are, other than possibly reference them. But those are really county commission items, I believe. But I think we can reference that those are factors that have to be considered, but they aren't exactly the land use part that we're looking at. We're looking at the financing part, and we have more of that to talk about a little bit later when it comes to decommissioning and reclamation. But I think if I just get some clarification from Mr. Hyman, just how much of this would have to be discussed at the county level and approved by the county commission before a project could get started.
Well, I think Jeff Hyman, legal representative for the county. Obviously, these agreements would have to be definitely at the county level. These would be agreements that would be contemplated between usually the Board of County Commissioners and the applicant or the developer. So a lot of this would be, I believe, at the county level.
Planning Commissioner Ashford, go ahead, Commissioner Rexroad, and I'll take it after you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Commissioner Rexroad, just a thought, understanding that the staff time availability is just one component of this. We would need to look at things like the capacity of our roads to deal with a project like this. We would need to look at our fire department's ability to service a particular area. We'd have to look at, I suppose, to a degree, the infrastructure around that, providing for utility. And in some cases, we've learned that water might be a part of the discussion. I guess the point that I'd like to make as I stop talking about this item is that rather than focus on a number of acres as a cap, because we perceive we have certain limitations, I'd love for us to think about this from the other side of things, and that is, how can we get at the potential? What do we need to do as a community to get at the potential that's in front of us? What are the different areas, and how do we close those gaps so that we're not limited in what we do, but we're actually able to go out and do new things? Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth.
Just a real quick, Commissioner Ashworth, just a real quick point with the payment in lieu of taxes that everybody's been talking about and all the real expenses that are involved with a project like this. Is it possible that if those expenses were included, that would negate the need for a cap? Just a question I throw out there.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I've looked at the cap a couple of ways because I know we've, as an ad hoc committee, have discussed, is there a purpose to having a cap as opposed to dealing with each project as it comes forward? Or are we feeling that it's arbitrary? And I've at least generally been comfortable with having a cap because it's something I can get my mind around for scale. That may not be enough of a good reason. But the other thing that I think it does is on the opposite side is that it shows that we are open for business and are willing to consider something in a particular range. If we have no guidance whatsoever, does a company that comes in and proposes something just get shut down by, commissions into the future that weren't part of this discussion and say, no, we won't take anything more than 40 acres because they don't have that context that we were talking about, whether or not to allow something that is fairly large on the landscape. So I don't know how to get at that. Do we do a county-wide cap, which gets to how much agricultural land do we need in inventory? That I think might be something that we could talk about. And then I think that's something else that could be, we could raise that cap then later if we thought that these projects were going well and we wanted more of them. But I think that cap works in both directions. So I would like to hear what the other commissioners think about that and about scale.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, I had a question relating to the cap size, and I think it's for Tanya. Is there a meaning, like a material difference between the amount of work and resource that would need to be thrown at one CUP application for 2,000 acres versus 2 applications for 1,000 each?
That's a great question, Luke. This is Tanya Voigt, Zoning Director. I think for the most part, it doesn't matter how many applicants or developers we have. We're looking at the same information over and over again. So we're running the LISA tool on the land. We're doing drainage studies. We're looking at road impacts. We're looking at fencing, all those things. It doesn't matter who the developer is or how many developers. The only time it would be beneficial to have one large developer versus lots of small developers would be that you're just working with one applicant, which is often sometimes a little bit smoother than working with multiple applicants at the same time and juggling, but I don't have a preference either way. One other thing to note on the cap. So originally with the first set of regulations, we started with 1,000 acre cap, period, and that would be the full scale. So that would be the whole perimeter would be 1,000 acres. So if there were woodlands, sensitive lands, those type of things, that would count inside the 1,000 acres. And we listened to the energy developers when they provided comments to us that said that was too restrictive. And so at that point, we opened it up to panel coverage only, meaning that 1,000 acre cap could potentially be 2,000 or 2,500 acres when you're taking out the sensitive lands and other factors that we're considering.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks, Tanya. If I could have a follow-up for, like, we've referenced Johnson County. Is there 2,000 acre cap, I think is what it is, or correct me if I'm wrong, but is there cap panel coverage only, or is it total acreage?
Tanya Voigt, Zoning Director. It's entire perimeter.
Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair. So I guess that almost makes the comparison between their 2,000 acre cap and our proposed 1,000 acre cap an apples to oranges comparison in a way. It's not, Douglas County is closed for business because they only want to allow 1,000 acres. You know, look over the border there, you can get 2,000. It seems we're trying. I appreciate, Tanya, that you went back and sort of refreshed our memory on how that was developed a little bit. I think with Commissioner Willie, I like the idea, or I guess I don't have a problem with like an actual cap because it is something that's easy to get your mind around. But I'm intrigued, I think, by some of what Commissioner Rexroad mentioned in terms of trying to think of it in terms of what we can do as a community to meet demands that may be higher than that. But I guess that's just to say food for thought for the committee as you guys continue working on it. At this point, I'm really comfortable with 1,000 acre cap under the conditions that it is at this point.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I've been using this visual that I think might be helpful. So if we're going to get 1,000 acres of infrastructure, it might take 1,400 or 1,600 acres to come up with something close to that, which is about the size of the whole footprint of Baldwin City. So that's the scale that we're talking about, is something that would be a land use that is the size of one of our small towns and not even our smallest town. So the 1,000 acres is a significant something on the landscape that we've never had anything like that before. So going beyond that, I guess kind of just blows my mind a little bit. Like, how do we pay enough attention to every house and every parcel that would take up a project of that size without missing something?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I'd also add that what we're talking about is our first set of regulations by a text amendment, which means once these are in place, we find out that we're too small, or for some reason the county commission expands our planning department so they can have more capacity. We could always contemplate another text amendment to increase the area of each conditional use permit if we have that capacity. Which also brings us back, we have not yet heard about should we discuss a total cap of coverage for the county as a whole, not each conditional use permit? Part of what we're waiting for, but we'd like to get conversation started here tonight, is from the Food Policy Council about the anticipated future needs of the community and what we need for sustainable agriculture in our county, which might play into this. But just want to open the conversation tonight. Should we be exploring whether or not to have a cap on total coverage area by solar utilities in this county? Or do we just let it go by conditional use permits and then at some point say, nope, we're never going to do another one? I'll just throw that out there. I'll tell you, I miss these silences.
I'll go ahead and jump in. This is Commissioner Ashworth, just to throw another piece that I'd really like to hear from some of the other commissioners that haven't been part of the ad hoc, since we've all sort of talked around in many circles over these things. One thing about a county cap that occurs to me is we really don't know what kinds of projects might apply. I mean, we could be looking at, you can't assume that a solar project would not involve agriculture. We've talked about agrivoltaics. We've talked about grazing systems along with the solar panels and crops and honeybee production. So we can't really assume that just because a solar project comes in, that agricultural land will not be used at all for agriculture.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission, that raises another issue. You know, the city is using development bonuses in certain situations. We haven't brought this up yet, but it is another possible topic of discussion that there would be bonus to the size with agreements to do certain practices or, agrivoltaics or, have the apiaries in there or whatever so that we have a dual use of the land. But we haven't really gone into that in any depth. I think it was mentioned once in passing, but it is something that's used in the city, the so-called density bonuses, which could be adapted in some ways.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Commissioner Carpenter or Chair Sinclair, we've been 2 hours into our meeting and have not yet heard from the public. Can you just clarify when that might happen?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I think we need to talk a little bit about decommissioning and bonding, since I know Commissioner Shanklin's expressed an interest in wanting to discuss that. So maybe we can take that up and then go to public comment, and then we could come back to the commission after we have that to explore other topics that have been raised by public comment. So I think let's turn to Commissioner Shanklin. I don't know if his email made it into our packet yet, but he did send an email that was distributed by Jeff Crick today to us with some concerns and ideas about bonding and other aspects of that. I'd be interested in hearing his perspective on that and then get some feedback from the county attorney also.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. This is Greg Shankman, Planning Commissioner. I did not see the email that was circulated, so I have to say I don't know which one. What I'd like to do is just,
You've gone mute.
It looked like it went on and off. I would like to follow a thread that relates to decommissioning, but it involves a couple of other topics, all of which are logically related. But I've heard a number of mentions to land banking, and that alone, whether or not we have ancillary uses that involve beekeeping or whatever, the point that's been made a number of times is that once we're done with these panels, once their useful life has expired, the land will be returned to agriculture. And that works, but if and only if the county can be assured of actually compelling that the cleanup and related activities be done on time by someone who's obligated to do so and obligated to pay for it. And right now, I don't think that the standards really provide for a concrete beginning point. When is it that the county's rights kick in to cause decommission and reclamation processes to occur? Beyond that, I don't think that we have financial security that will provide for certainty that the resources will be there to make sure that it happens. And moreover, I don't think we've provided for the possibility that there will be breaches in the chain of who the obligor is that's compelled to do this work. So the first thing I'd like to start with is a question to Mary Miller. Who is the operator when you refer to the operator, and are they different from the applicant?
Mary Miller, planner. Yes, they almost always are in these large projects. Most people, when they apply, they have an attorney apply for them. And so when we say the applicant, they're the applicant. So if we're saying the applicant is going to do reclamation, that would mean the attorney is. So we always try to be careful to say the operator is going to do those steps.
Okay, and so who is the operator? As a legally cognizable entity, who are they? Are they
Planner.
just using Florida Power and Light or NextEra as an example? What entity are we going to be looking at to be sure that this decommissioning and reclamation process is completed?
Mary Miller Planner. I'm just using Quarry as an example. Mid-States Materials, they own a lot of the Big Springs property. They don't own it all, but they are the operator. And so they're the ones that pay the bond, and they're the ones we look at for decommissioning and reclamation. We don't look at the property owners. So when a CUP comes forward, we would identify the operator. And that's one of the first things we look at is, are they able to do the work? Do they have a track record and a reputation? And are they financially able? So that would be part of our review. And we would identify who the operator is at that time.
Okay. What I would like to suggest that you do, commercial banks, when they lend on a commercial basis, will impose transferability restrictions in their loan documents that cover, it isn't characterized as a change in operator. It's that ownership can't be changed, that management can't be changed. They don't drill down to the point where we're talking about personnel decisions, but it prevents any possibility of a change in the entity that you expect to perform those obligations. So I'd like to point out that I think we can tighten up our treatment of operator to make sure that there isn't a corporate reorganization that results in a totally different entity owning the operator, but the operator keeping the same name. So that's just one point that I think that we need to attend to. The next point is the beginning point. And maybe that's what Jeff circulated, because that's what I had sent to him on Friday. But we don't have a concrete beginning point as to when the county's rights to compel decommissioning and reclamation occur. We refer to useful life, we refer to in use, we refer to different potential changes in application processes. But what we should really be doing is putting the county in the position to make the decision and to say, if there's ever a point in time where the productivity falls below a number of kilowatt hours in a certain period of time, let's say 12 months, then that gives the county the right to say, you ought to decommission and reclaim. Not wait for the applicant to decide that both it's reaching the end of its useful life and they want to spend the money on decommissioning and reclamation. Because conceivably, if they didn't want to spend the money, they would just defer it for years saying, oh, we're still using it. I mean, that's kind of a glib way of referring to it, but that's what would happen. And then my last point is just on what kind of financial security we get. I'm concerned about bonding because the surety that provides the bond, and again, the bond is secondary liability, it's payment and performance if you use a bonding structure, which means first we got to go through the process of compelling the operator to perform its obligations. And it is an out-of-state entity. Once they decide that they don't want to be here anymore, they can just, pull up stakes. And so we have to chase them in Florida. And, that's an expensive process that we might decide just not to pursue. And instead we'll pay the reclamation costs ourselves. And so I think we need to tighten up the security here, because we're going to be looking to an out-of-state surety, probably Hartford or Travelers, who are the major issuers of these long-term sureties. And again, we're going to have to chase them. So it's just, 30 years from now, it might not be a workable solution for us. So I just think we need to tighten it up as much as we can now. And the last thing I think I would like to point out is that when I refer to a breach in the chain of obligations, if the operator, as we refer to them, decide to leave town, that leaves us with the landowner. The landowner hasn't been involved in the application process at all. They have no obligation that's lienable to the county to do the cleanup. And I think we should be looking at joining them in the application process, conditioning the CUP on their joining into an obligation to perform the reclamation and cleanup in the event that the operator doesn't. And that would give us at least the assurance that if we have a farmland situation, at least we get to own the property. It's, cold comfort, but it's something that I think we ought to look at. So those were my comments. Thanks for indulging me.
Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I have a couple of thoughts. One is that I think we can pitch around some ideas and actually maybe talk with the potential solar applicants about this, but I think a start point could be something like when output reaches 25% of the design capacity for X months or something like that. I think we can come up with something that is a decided start point where that it becomes a conversation from the county. As far as putting any additional burden on landowners, I can't stomach that. These leases are also outside of our purview, but they are not necessarily written between equal partners already. Is that fair to say? And so I don't think that necessarily the landowners would have a full understanding that in that contract of a burden of that magnitude that would fall on them. And I don't think we as a county could sign off on, I don't think I could sign off on that.
Greg Shanklin, I'd like to respond to Commissioner Willie. That doesn't leave you in the potential position that there is no one to look to for the cleanup. No one at all. And yet the landowners have received the benefit of these lease payments all these years. Why should it not be their obligation? Anyway, just a counterpoint. And we can get involved in the leases if we want to. Or we just make it a condition.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I think Commissioner Shanklin, you just given the subcommittee another task. Perhaps we can get some options from the county attorneys and also discuss some of this when we have our meeting with the utility companies that may be submitting applications. Maybe we can get some information about what's happening elsewhere that can be forwarded to the county attorneys. This is kind of beyond the land use part. This is really assuring the county comes out whole at the end. But we have to have part of that in this set of regulations. So I think it really needs to fall to the county attorneys to give us some options that we'll discuss, and then we'll bring back those recommendations and get comments. And ultimately, the county commission is going to decide which way to go. Even after we provide a recommendation, they could certainly change it to what they want or what they think is feasible for the county at that level. So is that, given that we're in this subcommittee to prevent violating COMA, I'm not sure how we can engage a conversation between Commissioner Shanklin and the county attorney, but or to get, send that to him, because he definitely has expertise in this area and experience. but I don't know. We'll have to talk about how we might get a review or an early advance copy maybe. Maybe we'll bring this up at a mid-month and bring it out there for as a topic of discussion or something so we can talk about it again and let everybody see it. But those are all things we can talk about at our next meeting and try to figure out how to proceed if everybody's in agreement. I think it's worth the discussion and worth giving the county commission some options. Does that sound appropriate, Commissioner Shanklin? Got a thumbs up. Good. With that, we can go back to turn it back to Chair Sinclair and open it up for public comment. Maybe take a brief break before we do so, because I think we're going to be here a while looking out at the number of people that are here and the number of people that are signed in on the Zoom call. We're going to have quite a few comments to hear, all of which we want to be attentive for. So maybe a short break.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, and thank you, Ad hoc Committee, for your thoughtful work on this and for giving us a chance to pepper you with questions and give you comments. Yeah, so before I open it up to public comment, I think we ought to take a break. If we take a 5-minute break and everyone be back by 8:58 or close to 9, I think we'll be good to go.
Mr. Chair, give us 1 minute. We need a bit of a reset real quick.
We have right now.
Mr. Chair, the room is ready.
Thank you, Jeff. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. At this point, I'm going to open it up for public comment. And just as a little bit of a refresher, each person who speaks is going to have 3 minutes to speak, whether speaking for themselves or for a group or an organization. I am anticipating a lot of public comment, so I just want to give you a heads up ahead of time. I'm going to try to cut you off at 3 minutes or as soon thereafter as possible when you finished your thought. That's not out of disrespect for the particular speaker, but out of respect for the time of everybody that's here tonight, to give everybody a fair opportunity to speak at a reasonable hour. So if you're in the Chambers hearing room, approach the podium, sign in, and you can speak there. If you're on the call, raise your hand on Zoom or dial *9 if you're on the phone, and that can signify your hand, and you'll be called on sort of as you do so. So with that, I guess I will turn it maybe to Kyle. You can see all the people in the room and then on the call. If you wouldn't mind reading off whoever is the first one.
Kyle Kilby, planner. I do think maybe the best course of action would be to take in-person public comment first, and then we can move to the virtual ones after that.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. That works for me.
I would suggest alternating, and then we have more time for people to come back and forth.
If we want, whoever the first participant is, we could have you approach the podium. If there is anybody who wants to.
Yeah, if there's anybody in the Chambers room, please wishes to comment, please approach the podium, tell everybody your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes to comment.
So, the camera on top of the monitors where you can look into.
Right there?
Yep, and then they will be on the screens.
Good to go?
Yep.
Okay, my name's Stan Kanoki. This is time to turn new page in the energy sector. Renewable energy is the future. Solar energy is one of the cleanest sources of energy. Doesn't produce carbon emissions, very minimum noise, and no smell. Once the solar farm is created, the carbon emissions would be reduced to a fraction of almost zero after installation for this land. My great-great-grandfather, Peter Breckeisen, was a pioneer settler on this land before Kansas was a state. This land is under lease to NextEra. My great-grandfather, William Breckeisen, who fought in the Civil War, leaving home of his parents without any knowledge of where he was going, he went to Lawrence, Kansas to enlist in the Kansas 1st Regiment of Kansas Volunteers Infantry Company F. The Kansas 1st traveled over 6,000 miles and was in 30 engagements. After the end of the war, my great-grandfather worked as an oxen driver on the Santa Fe Wagon Trail. On his return to Kansas, he homesteaded a property that is in our family name. His family had 14 children, 12 lived to adulthood. When a son turned 21, after helping with the farm, he would give them a plot of land of their own to farm. My grandpa, Ben Breckeisen, got the homestead upon his dad's death and acquired more land to farm in his time. His son, Lucky Breckeisen, a bachelor, helped with the farming business, soon to take it over. There was very many chores to be done, and my mother helped with many. My grandfather willed both Lucky and my mom his land, being his only 2 children. Lucky farmed most of the land until the death, June 11th, 1997, in which my mom inherited his land. This land has been in our family for over 150 years. We are looking to secure the land for another generation with the help of NextEra. We feel we are looking to the future with our lease agreement with NextEra. I think we should be able to accept this business opportunity to secure a reliable energy source. This opportunity would secure our land for the next generations. Listening to a radio commercial, the announcer said, "Get the most out of your land with the higher yield." Nothing produced in the past, corn, soybeans, wheat, or cattle could bring as much money as solar energy for this land, all while creating a carbon offset from carbon polluting power plants. I'm for the offset, but not the replacement of power plants yet. Keep capacity of traditional methods until we have a surplus storage. The real the real topic of renewable is energy storage. Every megawatt of production should create half more in storage. To get this solar project off the ground, the CUP, conditional use permit, needs to be 25 years. Solar panels last longer than 25 years and are efficient past 30 to 35 years. The 25 years will help secure bonds and finance partners for the solar farm to get off the ground. This project is estimated at $320 million or more. It doesn't make sense to me that the permit be limited to 20 years. I understand that banks that lend money for solar projects require 25 years or more on the permit to agree to lend their money. Just the possibility of an extension beyond 20 years isn't good enough. It must be certain.
Thank you, sir. You've hit the 3-minute mark. Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments.
Pretty much got all of it. Thanks.
Anybody else in the chambers room that wishes to talk?
Richard Gall. My wife and I live 38400 West 183rd Street in Edgerton. I'm a retired lineman. I worked for Kansas City Power and Light as a lineman for 30 years and retired, and then worked for Capital Electric, a contractor, for 5 years. In my time, it was I did work out of town on storms, but you don't need to know about that. In my time, I restored power to houses with 120 volt, 30 amp services that were not uncommon. Then it went to 240 volts, 60 amps. And I helped change a lot of them out from 60 amps to 100 amp, which was real common during my time as a lineman. But there were also 200 amp services, which is what our house is hooked to. It just tells me the demand of electricity has just gotten greater and greater and greater. And I don't think that's a secret at all. But when people say they don't like to see those solar panels, when I see a solar panel, in my mind, somebody is being able to enjoy what they can do with electricity. I'd like to ask everyone of the things in life that we consider essential, like food and water, where would you put electricity? It's got to be pretty high, pretty doggone high. We've signed a lease on 30 acres, and I just am glad to see some chance to be a part of providing electricity to people with that clean solar energy. I guess that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. Anybody else in the chambers room or sitting outside the doors there that wishes to make any comments?
Here, somebody's got it. Yeah, he's got somebody.
Good. I'm Bennett Seaman. And I happen to own property on 600 Road between 2300 and 2400 Road. I'm actually a half a mile from the Johnson County line in Douglas County. The reason I'm here is because I am, based on the current plan that has been out there all over the internet and stuff, my house would be surrounded by 3 sides. And so I'm here to give a perspective on why you should make sure that there is some means of preventing that from happening. I've heard lots of talk about pesticides, herbicides, all these types of things, erosion and everything. But if I am surrounded on 3 sides, I'm going to get the effects of that from every single direction. It's just, I think, a little bit too much to ask of any homeowner to end up surrounded by an industrial facility like that. So I'm hoping that you can put together provisions that would somehow, either in the wording that it can only, occupy one side of another property line or something, but to prevent it from being literally on 3 sides of my property so that I'm not, like that, or any other buddy, not just me, but people that would be in this situation in the future. I also definitely, since we can't regulate pesticides, I think maybe that we need to take that to the state level, because I do think that the use of pesticides and herbicides on a solar plant would be way more than what a typical farmer who's trying to take care of the land and take care of their cattle and stuff like that would use. And so I do have concerns that it will be an overuse of chemicals. And we are all on well water out there. So I have the added concern of how much of that is not only surrounding me and blowing in from 3 sides of wind, but also how much of that is getting into our groundwater and how many years is it going to be before we're drinking all of the stuff that are used on all of those lands. So I just want you to be responsible. 30 years is a really long time. They mentioned the road easements. I would also recommend that you do think about the fact that a lot of these roads are gravel. And in 30 years, by that time, they may not be gravel. So you're going to need some kind of easement to allow them to widen the road and or repave the roads if you're going to put it the way that this is designed, where it kind of catty corners through the whole area. Of course, ideally, it would be nice if you could find spots where it didn't do that. Because I think that with over 200 and some households being surrounded by this thing, that's a bit much. And I just feel like we're Kansas. We should have a better way that we can do this less destructive, less invasive. That's all I have to say. So I hope you take those things into account. And thank you for your diligent efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Seaman. It's most appreciated. Next commenter.
Hi, my name is Byron Wiley. I'm from here in Lawrence. Also have a small farm in Jefferson County. Want to thank the commissioners for their attention to this issue, all the detailed work that you've done. It's very much appreciated. But what I think that we're really addressing is part of a very complex cluster of civilization-related issues. An industrial solar facility is probably a well-intentioned solution to our non-renewable fossil fuel consumption. It is, however, a solution with a serious unintended consequence. It is a progress trap, an effort to fix a problem, but creates a new set of conditions worse than what were there before. These consequences, for a variety of reasons, may be completely out of sight and mind as the allure of another solution to an energy problem eclipses reality. I think that we have to take into consideration the long view on all of this and think about our future generations. Renewables cannot self-replicate. PV panels completely depend on petroleum. Yet I thought that the goal was to become less reliant on fossil fuels. Energy-dense fossil fuel is essential for mining, refining, manufacturing, transportation, and maintenance. After PV panels are no longer productive, recycling ultimately requires a fossil-fueled process. These devices are clean in use, but they have a dirty footprint in the front and back end processes. It's out of sight. Civilization is now very likely beyond the peak of oil extraction and consumption that has taken over 150 years. Now that we are on the downhill side of that extraction slope, the resource will be consumed much more quickly due to the thirst of modern civilization. And just, what is renewable about or sustainable about fossil fuel dependent renewables? when they rely on a finite supply of fossil energy. It boils down to an uncomfortable truth that an industrial solar facility is just fossil energy morphed into what appears to be a green form of energy production, perpetuating the unsustainable. And it was interesting this evening hearing you talk about putting a cap on how long the permit would go out, 10, 20 years or something. And it's interesting that that finite amount of time indicates that there's an admission of a flaw in the sustainability of this. I think we need to think about that. I do think it would be appropriate, however, to establish regulations that allow for small and micro scale projects. I've seen some dual use, small scale options that can function on the periphery of regular farming operations that can benefit the landowners with some energy autonomy or small scale, energy sales. So I just think we must wisely, question this renewables will save us trajectory based on the real and predictable outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley.
I'm Donna Breckeisen Kanoki, the Kanoki Limited Family Partnership. The Breckeisen family has many years of living in the southeast area of Douglas County. My great-grandfather settled in an area called Captain's Creek in Clearfield before the Civil War. My grandfather, William Breckeisen, a Civil War veteran, homesteaded land on the East Douglas County line. This land is still in our family. I was born on this land 90 plus years, and I grew up on it. Our family has always worked to care for our land and build terraces, waterways, and maintain them to keep and control erosion. Our family was approached by NextEra Energy about building a solar farm on our land. With concerns about climate change, West Gardner Solar Farm is a progressive step in the future needs for electricity. Solar farms have strict federal, state, and local regulations. Solar farms do not pollute the air, do not give off any hazardous material, and use little water and are quiet. They do not infringe on neighbors' properties with setbacks and fencings. Solar panels have a life expectancy of 25 to 30 years. NextEra needs a conditional use permit or CUP of 25 to 30 years to benefit from the use of the panels. The planned solar farm is in an area of few houses and minimal traffic. Lastly, why should people try to tell us how we can or can't use our land? Please respect our property owners' rights and also change the CUP to 25 years with renewable options. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Go ahead, Kyle, sorry.
Kyle Kobe Planner, I think the next presenter is going to be uploading something. So let's pivot real quick to Stephen Clark, who has his hand raised on Zoom, and then we'll come back to in-person comment after that.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Can you see and hear me? Thank you for allowing me to speak. I need to leave within 20 minutes or so to pick up my wife from the airport. And if I don't get there on time, I think she'll be very unhappy with me. So thanks for allowing me to speak. Once again, my name is Steve Clark. I'm a Kansas native and have lived in Kansas for more than 40 years of my life. I've also worked for more than 40 years as a professional licensed engineer in the field of power engineering. I've worked extensively on coal fired plants, gas-fired plants, and renewable plants. The last 13 years, I've worked exclusively on large-scale solar plants, working on literally dozens of plants in more than a dozen states from coast to coast and some international locations. So believe me when I say that I understand the relative benefits, pros and cons of utility scale solar versus other conventional forms of power generation. I support Douglas County adopting solar farm zoning regulations that allow for the construction of solar facilities while also protecting the interest of the community and the environment. Through my direct personal involvement on dozens of these projects, I know that this can be done, the balance can be achieved. There are currently about 1,000 solar farms operating in the US with dozens more in construction. So you're not the first county or the first administrative branch to need to determine zoning regulations and conditional use permit regulations. It has been done, it's been done to balance the different interests. Solar technology is absolutely proven and continues to improve year by year. The environmental impacts are well known and very, very minor compared to conventional power plants. Proven advantages of solar technology include the following. Solar is renewable, not subject to finite limits as are fossil fuels. Solar plants have no air emissions, so no climate warming carbon dioxide results. Solar doesn't require strip mining, drilling, or fracking as coal and gas do. Solar doesn't produce coal ash or radioactive waste that lasts for decades, if not centuries. Solar farms are very, very quiet. They have low visual impact with a low profile. Additionally, solar produced electricity from utility scale projects is the least cost power generation technology there is today. It's lower than gas, nuclear, or coal-fired plant in all instances. Many of the objections expressed by solar farms are simply not true. They're born of fears or of NIMBYs that don't want a project anywhere near them. The truth is that solar farms do not reduce nearby property values. Solar modules can be recycled. They don't present a risk to groundwater quality. Solar farms have not contributed to blackouts, regardless of what some politicians have stated. With proper zoning regulations and CUP requirements, impacts of solar farms can be reduced to very minimal levels. These are in the areas of soil erosion, visual impacts, agricultural soil preservation, cultural and historic site preservation, stream and wetlands preservation, and low noise levels at neighboring properties. Construction traffic and damage to public roads can also be mitigated. My compliments to you, the staff and your commission for drafting the regulations that appear to cover those areas comprehensively. If enacted properly, I think that you will address all the concerns of neighbors to the projects. One important point I would like to make is that if you institute a CUP term limit of only 20 years, the financing for these projects will be extremely challenging and difficult. In all my experience, I've never seen a CUP term as low as 20 years. It's always been 25 or 30 years. And that's consistent with the life of the equipment, and it's consistent with the financing requirements. So I'd ask that you take that under very detailed consideration. And again, I appreciate the time that you've allowed me to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I see we have a gentleman at the podium. If you'd like to go ahead and speak.
Got it where I need it.
Kurt, am I able to share from here? Yeah. Oh, you have it. Okay. All right.
Okay. My name is Dan Fuller. I downloaded this off the Douglas County website today. This is a soil map on top of or below a floodplain map. These pinpoints that I've pointed out are all within the NextEra areas that they've leased ground from. These pin points point to the classification of the soil. All these pinpoints represent class 3 and class 4 soils. This comes from the Douglas County website. And if you then go to the U.S. Department of Ag definitions of classified 3 and 4 soils, classified 3 soils have severe limitations that reduce the choice of plants or require special conservation practices, or both. Class 4 soils have very severe limitations that restrict the choice of plants or require very careful management. So again, this is going to be an ongoing problem with the soils out there. I'm going to scroll down here, and this is rainfall that this creek drains part of the ground that NextEra's got leased. This is a 5-inch rainfall in about 2 hours. And this came off of ground that is still pastured. It hasn't been cleared yet. So when NextEra clears it, you're going to have major problems with soil erosion. I don't care what they do or what they say. This, and farther down here, you can see where the grass has been beat down, how high that water was. That washed a metal bridge out, or walkway I had. All this around this tree is Sibleyville soil that washed down. So it's again, it's highly erodible soil. The bridge right at the left side of this picture is a little concrete box bridge. On the other side of that is a floodplain. And all that Sibleyville soil going down that creek from those rains is going to go right into that floodplain. And that will increase the size of the floodplain over years because it makes the floodplain shallower. So the water has to have some place to go. Also, just in this picture, it almost came over the road. And if it washed out both sides of that bridge, who's going to pay for that? It's not going to be NextEra because they're not paying any taxes. It's going to be the residents of Douglas County that are going to be paying for that road repair and possibly to replace that bridge. So there's problems with the soils in this area. I guess that's about all I can tell you about this. It's just you guys need to really stop, consider all of the problems that it's going to create. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller.
Pull that out or what?
I think you should be fine, yeah.
Okay.
So my name is Alan Anderson. I'm the vice chair of the energy practice group at the Polstonelli Law Firm in our Kansas City office. Also a professor at the University of Kansas Law School teaching renewable energy practice and policy. And I'm also a longtime Douglas County resident myself. A very short time, so I'm going to summarize 2 key areas. I also submitted a report previously that I hope you get a chance to read because it delves directly into many of the issues we've discussed today, a little broader, and also into the Plan 2040 and how they come together. So first and fundamentally, the 2 areas I'm going to talk about are climate change mitigation and agricultural soils and lands, and they are not competing. They must be seen as intertwined. And if we don't see those as intertwined, and I'll get into that, we have a big problem in how we view this. Also, I'm going to make the assumption in Douglas County, we're going to look to the science and we'll take action based upon the science. And what we'll also do is we do have to be on guard against misinformation. In these type of projects, it is very common to get into this kind of phase where there's a lot of misinformation and we have to be guarded against that. So here's what the science says. And this is the same science that we're also relying upon in the Douglas County Climate Action Plan. And we are almost certainly at a point where we'll reach 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in the temperature of the planet. If we don't take immediate action, we're going to have even further damage from a higher impact. The energy sector is 3/4 of the greenhouse gas emissions. So if we don't tackle the energy sector, we will not tackle greenhouse gas emissions. renewable energy itself can be 2/3 of the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So if we deploy renewable energy at the pace and scale that's necessary, that is what's required to tackle climate change mitigation. And in fact, the reports state we have to do that at 3 times the pace that we've done yet. So it is very significant, and it's not a time for small measures. One of the greatest threats to this climate change mitigation is, as stated by these reports, governments failing to understand the science, or when presented with the science, failing to take the actions necessary. The science is there. Will we act upon it? At Douglas County, we're at that stage. We talk about climate change. We've talked about it for a long time. The city of Lawrence does a lot. The county is doing a climate action plan. The science is there. And now our reputation will be, do we act upon the science and take action necessary and required by the science? And will we be the climate change mitigation leader we want or we claim as a goal? Or will we be, frankly, a lot of talk and a lot of hypocrisy in our actions? So that's where we are. Now, where the soils are intertwined with climate change mitigation is, and you'll see it in the reports and also in the Douglas County Climate Action Plan, in conjunction with the Mid-America Regional Council, states that those two are intertwined. And if we do not tackle climate change, we will have a series of high risk, high frequency, high intensity impacts on agriculture. A lot of other places too, and it will be disproportionately impact on those most vulnerable. But as to agriculture itself, we'll have flooding, extreme heat, drought, severe weather that'll lead to loss of crops, damage to soils, increased irrigation needs, plant disease, insect infestation, invasive species, and damage to the soils. So the point that is clear is we can't talk about protection of soils and not tackle climate change. And by doing that, when we talk about protection of soils and not tackle climate change, it is the equivalent of the rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, as opposed to tackling that is the biggest risk before us.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
All right, very good.
Travis Hardy of that in Douglas County. I want to follow up on kind of what Dan was talking about along the lines of the flood. These are some of the floodplain management regulations that are out there right now, and just kind of want to read through them. Prohibit the placement of fill materials, structures, which will obstruct flood flows and decrease the storage capacity of the regulatory floodways unless it can be demonstrated through hydrological and hydraulic analysis performed in accordance with standard engineering practices that the proposed encroachment would not result in any increased flow levels within the community during the occurrence of these base flood changes. Require structures in floodplain and public utility vulnerable to floods being prohibited with flood protection in the initial construction page. Protect individuals from the purchase of land burning unsustainable for the intended uses of their proximity floodplain. Minimize public expenditure for flood control projects and damage to the public improvements within the floodplain. Maintain property values adjacent to the floodplain and minimize flood blight areas. Ensure the development is reasonable and safe from flooding. These regulations are designed and intended to be administered in a manner in which will, 1, restrict, prohibit use dangerous because of water and erosion hazards, which result in undue increase in erosion, flood heights and velocities, control grading, filler excavations, dredging, and development, which may unduly increase potential for flood damage. Require the uses of protect private and public investments by requiring floodproofing, control alteration of floodplains, stream channels, and natural barriers with accommodate or channel flood waters. Prevent regulation construction barriers that unnaturally divert waters or cause increased hazard to floods. Construction and floodplains should be directed in outer limits of floodway fringe before it allowed to encroach further in regulatory floodplains. Hydrological and hydraulic studies shall comply with the following standards. The study shall be signed and sealed by a professional engineer licensed in the state of Kansas. The study shall be submitted for approval by Douglas County Director of Public Works, concurrent with the initial submission of a floodplain development permit application, preliminary plat, development plat, and site plan. The study shall extend an adequate distance upstream and downstream of the proposed development to encompass the hydraulic effects of the proposed development. Study shall identify velocities of the base flood for the existing stream and for any proposed development. Channel linings materials should be limited to native vegetation, stabilized as necessary to prevent erosion. The use of concrete linings, pipe, or other structural materials shall be minimized. Within the area of inundation, all disturbed areas above the channel lining shall be restored with native vegetation, including trees, promote wildlife and habitat. And channel design shall preserve existing low flow channels to the extent possible. No structure, fill, or other uses within the floodplain overlay the district shall be permitted with increased base of flood elevation. Basically,
Mr. Hardy, thank you, Mr. Hardy. You've hit the time limit. Apologize.
Yep.
While the next public commenter is coming up, I understand that there's an issue with the clock in the chambers room there, so you have really no idea what time you're at, but I'm trying to keep track here the old-fashioned way on my watch. So just so you know, I'll still try to interject around 3 or shortly thereafter if you've wrapped up your thought.
Sounds good to me. Billy Wilkins, project director with NextEra. I'd like to really talk to two granular issues. And I understand, based on the discussion today, that the commissioners are grappling with these issues as well. And the first one is term. So the most recent draft regulation states that the conditional use permit approval shall be valid for a period of 20 years and that the continuation of the use will require the submittal and approval of a new conditional use permit. Now, a 20-year term with a requirement to resubmit a new permit application could preclude development of any commercial or utility scale solar project. The reason for this is that investors are increasingly relying on longer solar project operational lives as the basis for their investment decisions. This is a fact. We expect a well-maintained solar system to have a useful life between 35 and 40 years. The financial models used by investors and utility scale solar projects today are based on an operational life of that same distance, 35 to 40 years. For this reason, a 20-year CUP term with no guarantee of continuance would not be attractive to the potential investors needed to support such a project. We have reviewed numerous approved CUPs and special use permits across the United States for solar facilities, and we have not reviewed any that express a timeline limit on a project's conditional use permit. We respectfully request at least 30 years to minimize the risk on the front end and in order to operate a financially viable project. The next issue I'd like to address is size. The draft regulations also state that no facility shall contain more than 1,000 total acres. Now, we acknowledge the waiverable language that the Board of County Commissioners can approve a modification from the standard. 1,000 acres doesn't take into consideration the rights of landowners who want to use their land to participate in a solar facility. Commercial and utility scale solar facilities vary largely in size based on the needs of the limitations of the region or county in which they are developed. Utility scale solar projects are increasing in size due to the demand from utility companies and various other customers with the goal of reducing carbon emissions. Caps on the maximum total acreage that a solar facility may occupy are not typically defined in zoning ordinances based on a review of ordinances in states where numerous commercial and utility scale solar facilities have been established. Individual project size is typically assessed by the respective authority, determining if the size of a given project is compatible with the proposed site. By not implementing a defined maximum size requirement, this allows local authorities to maintain a degree of flexibility by assessing potential solar facilities on a case-by-case basis. We believe that no artificial cap is appropriate and that each project should be reviewed on its own merit. We appreciate the opportunity to continue the discussion, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
Hi, my name is Angela Murray, and I'm a resident of Southeast Douglas County. And I have to do a plug that I'm also faculty at KU, although I study the social sciences. So my concern is thinking about how projects like this, while the science certainly indicates that we need to worry about climate change, we also need to think about the impacts on the communities. And so that's really what I'm here to talk about. A group of us in the community worked with an organization called the Community and Environmental Defense Services Organization. It's an organization that's really dedicated to helping communities come to what they call equitable solutions with developers, so that the developers' desires for projects that are viable can also be connected to the community's needs. And so I have included the letter from that consultant in your packet, but I think I heard it's like 900 pages or something. So I wanted to take this opportunity to just highlight a couple of the things that I think are particularly relevant. The first one is, I know the conversation has really been about the size limitation and sort of the issues around the 1,000 acre limitation. And I would like to present a side of that I don't think has been spoken to, which is that limitation is not really arbitrary. At this point, a 3,200 acre solar farm, which is what would include both Douglas and Johnson counties in the proposed NextEra project, would be the 6th largest development in the country, according to the consultant that we worked with. And of those, there are only 5 that have operated for more than 5 years. And I think it's reasonable to expect that problems may occur over time that we may just not have seen yet. And so one of the benefits of a limitation initially of 1,000 acres is to be able to mitigate any of the downsides that emerge over time, and then be able to expand the size that's available once we are able to see that it's demonstrated that the project isn't providing those detrimental effects over the long term. Another area that I wanted to talk about, and I know the brownfields conversation has come up and that the commissioners don't really have the ability to direct developers to brownfield sites. But I think one of the consultant suggestions that's worth considering is creating incentives to guide people into those spaces. So if it's possible for the county to incentivize development of brownfield spaces, that could potentially help, because you're not going to have a lot of these community problems if you're dealing with brown scale sites. And then in terms of the landscaping and visual buffering, we talked about fencing, but I also would like to point out that CEDS encourages that the screening should be required that is vegetative with 100% visual opacity. So in other words, so that you're creating tree lines that are not see-through, basically, and that those are any fencing that exists is behind those screens, so that you're not seeing the fencing, but you're seeing the tree lines that are being created to contribute to those buffers. So in closing, I would like to really, again, commend the Planning Commission and the ad hoc group for their hard work. It's really impressive and appreciated their commitment to gathering the information. And I just point out that, as with I've said before, really making sure that some of these enforcement mechanisms and creating great enforcement for these more regulations that are coming together. And I realize that there are issues of how to fund those. One of the things that has worried me that I've heard this evening as you talked about pilot funding is it seems a little bit like pay to play. And I just worry that there might be some sense of large scale developers with a lot of resources having undue influence if they can throw money at the problem. Although I understand why it's important to have the shared responsibility. I just caution you to think about how that might be perceived within the community. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Martin Belcher. I do live in the area. I've got no financial interest or gain in this project other than the loss of value of my property. And that really upsets me. One thing I'd like to say is thank you and your family for their services in the Civil War. They're veterans just like everybody else. Thanks a lot. But nevertheless, we do pay our taxes. We would like for you folks to listen to what we do have to say. And please investigate this at a larger scale than what is going on, because I know contracts have wording that can mean another thing too. I know that for a fact. But nevertheless, there is locations for this project that are better suited than Southeast Douglas County. It will affect my family and my property. We really are not against solar or wind or anything like that, but it needs to be done in a proper venue. Okay. Okay. In the event that you do elect this and it goes on to the Planning Commission or whatever, and they approve it, put it into your bylaws or your contracts or whatever. Let NextEra pay for your additional help. There's not a thing wrong with that. Why should it cost us tax-paying people to do their work for them? Okay. Back at their regulations, they've been very vague on what they want to put into I'm going to call it a contract. And I wrote down a lot of notes back there when I was listening to everybody talk. If you allow just wildlife corridors, that's like shooting fish in a barrel, folks. They're only going to go this direction or that direction in a contained area. That's just one of those things. Okay, another issue that I had, I would like to see, if this goes through, that all the generating power goes directly to the grid and not to a generator or to a battery storage facility. That can be a pretty daggone soft target as far as I'm concerned. And there's a lot of terrorists, even in our country. All the reports that you get should be submitted to you guys, like somebody else mentioned, under stamp and letter, but it should be a third party, somebody that you don't know, somebody that NextEra don't know. That way you can get an honest rendering of what the heck's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Belcher. I think you've reached the limit of your time there.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Kyle Kobe with planning. I think maybe this would be a good time to pivot to one of our remote participants while we get the podium set up.
That'd be great. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I see a hand up for Nina Landman.
Hello, I'm Nina Landman. I grew up in Kansas and am part of a 5th-generation farm family. I am in support of solar farms. With gas prices soaring, solar is an even more viable source of clean energy. There are so many positive things about solar energy. It is a renewable, clean energy source that is quiet with no emissions. Solar farms do not require the abundance of chemicals and fertilizers that traditional farms need to grow crops that can additionally have a negative effect on the environment. Solar farms offer another opportunity for farm families to utilize their property to its best financial advantage. I ask that this planning commission adopt regulations that will not hinder solar companies from building solar farms in Douglas County. I request that the CUP, the conditional use permit, be no less than 25 years with the option of renewal. Solar farms require large capital expenditures and need longer operating periods to pay back their investors. It appears to me that there's no valid basis for a short CUP limit of 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to comment to the Planning Commission for their service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landman, and sorry about mispronouncing your name. And then Luke Sinclair, Chair. Sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
Okay, with planning, I think we're ready to proceed with in-person public comment.
Okay.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. Good grief, it's almost 10 o'clock. I think this is pretty amazing that as many people care about this issue and are out here tonight and are supporting either pro or con utility scale solar. It just goes to show you what an amazing community we have in Douglas County and also on the Johnson County side. And just like, Angela mentioned, and others have mentioned, we really do appreciate you planning commissioners. I know that it is a lot of work because we know how much work it is too, because we've been putting a lot of hours into educating ourselves really quickly because we have not known about this for the last 3 years. I like treating my neighbors in a way where if there's something that I want to do, I like to sit down with them and discuss it. But the secrecy of the energy corporations, NextEra in particular, in this case, over the last 3 years, we've been blindsided for it. I've just found out about it, my husband and I, about maybe 6 weeks ago, and so it's been full throttle, getting up to speed on everything. And so now we're talking about regulations, which is great. The administration has handed down this whole new green energy thing, and it's full throttle. It feels like there's no stopping it, right? But if it's going to happen, we have got to be so thoughtful and so careful on all fronts with every regard, as you've heard so many different people talk about different situations. I want to speak specifically to, and no disrespect to you, Mrs. Kanoki, right? But when you say that there are few homes that are your neighbors, that's just not correct. There are 220 homes that are in a less than 1 mile footprint. And somebody's, okay, do you guys see this map that I'm going to share with you? He's flown over all of these in his kite thing all those years, and I would wave to you. I remember you flying over our property.
Ma'am, if I can interrupt, Luke Sinclair, Chair, can you please direct your comments to the commission and not to other members?
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, they were saying that they how do I enlarge this view? Can you see that? See right down here, all of the yellow or the blue dots. Okay, those are Douglas County homes, and the green ones are the Johnson County homes that are in 1 mile or less proximity to the footprint of the initial proposed NextEra development. So that's a lot of homes and a lot of families. And so to Tanya's point, when she's talking about zoning regulations and how the heck are you guys supposed to spend the time to look at how it's going to impact all of these different residential homes, not to mention the small ag businesses, the cattle farmers, the winery, Dan Fuller just spoke. There is a lot to consider here. And so in developing regulations around that, and Tanya's concerned about how many hours it's going to take. The other thing I want to point out is if you do hire third-party consultants, be very, very careful about vetting them, because what's really important to the community is that it's whoever is working on approving things for development should be unbiased, and they should be not hired by the development company and should have no relationship with the lessors, the people that are leasing the land to the developer. None of that. They need to be completely owned and controlled and employed by the county. So these are all incredibly important issues to talk about and consider. And the other thing that, and I also want to go back to with what Angela pointed out, we hired the Community and Environmental Defense Services organization out of Maryland. Richard Klein is the environmentalist that heads up that foundation. And they did help us look at a lot of different things. And this that we're proposing here on top of 200 plus family homes in a less than 1 mile radius of this footprint is so different from the other comparable online solar installations that exist. So the ones that are closest.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm sorry. I gave you a little latitude, but you're well over
fine.
time.
I totally understand. But we appreciate you being thoughtful, and it's extremely important to be very careful in this process. So thank you for your time. And you can check out those maps on kansasresponsiblesolar.com. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Kanoki, and first heard about this thing in January of 18, and we signed the contract in July 11th of 18 on the 1,200 acres on this. And I know that they talked about the wetlands, and there will be no solar energy being produced on these wetlands that they talked about. Anyway, here it was July 11th, and long about 3-4 months later, the Rural Water District number 7 contacted us and wanted to put in a water line. It would not have happened if we had not gone through our property. Well, we'd already signed an option, so we couldn't sign their option without NextEra okaying this. It took me 3 months to work with NextEra. I felt I wanted to be a good neighbor. And you talk about property land value, you get water, 6-inch water line in front of your property. What does that do for the value? They don't think about that. Water is probably more important than electricity in a lot of ways. Anyway, it took me 3 months, and the top lawyer there with NextEra agreed that probably it would be a good neighbor policy on their part too, to let me go ahead and sign this thing, which I did. The water line has already been put in. It's in operation. And I see it in front of a lot of the people that have these signs that everybody back here is carrying, and they've got that water in front of their house. And if that hasn't increased the value of their property, I don't know what does to have that water there. And I'm just hoping that you keep on your good work and you work with Johnson County. I think they're thinking more about 25 years, and you need to think about 25 years too. Thank you. On the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kanoki.
Hello, my name is John Frankie. Is that on? Okay. I live in the Clearfield farmhouse we purchased, my wife and I purchased about 2 years ago. We own 105 acres, which is directly adjacent to the proposed farm. They call it a farm. I think more it's a power plant. My wife and I, when we got married back in the 70s, we had a goal to develop a farm that could support the environment, that we would be good keepers of the land, favoring the wildlife. We're beekeepers. We run a Frankenbees LLC. I've got an apiary on the property that's located about a half mile from the proposed site. My bees travel up to 2.5 miles to forage. I'm very concerned about the solar farm on that. I've done some research on it. Small solar farms have worked with apiaries. I don't know how we train the bees not to fly over the panels, but that's something I might have to learn. Since we've been here, we've been accepted into the Clearfield community, the Captain's Creek community, and we've learned a lot of the history of the area. On the 100 acres that we purchased, we're the third owner of that property since it was purchased from the Native Americans, the Shawnee Native Americans back in the 1850s. As I've done some research with historical sites, Eudora Historical Site, they've actually got interviews with Mary Rodewald, which probably a lot of you know personally or had known. And Mary indicated that on the property when her son was putting in some oak and walnut groves, he found 2 actual burial grounds on the site, collected boxes after boxes of Indian arrowheads. And so there was campgrounds and there's historical sites there that are not seen or known yet. We all know about the trails that go through the area. So I think just the cultural, the historical impact, I just don't see that this is a right fit for this area. I do believe in solar. I do believe in wind. I think it's still in its infancy. There's still a lot of things that probably can be fixed and corrected over time. I do agree with your limiting initially. I do understand the investment part of it, being in business and retired from 30 years of business. I do understand cost benefit analysis. I do understand financing, et cetera. As I look at the cost versus the benefits, I just don't see that it's a win for this Douglas County. I'm very, very encouraged with the county's way of looking at the environment. I am very concerned of the wildlife on the 100 acres we have. 30 acres is pasture, 40 acres is wetlands. The balance is trees that were planted. And as I watch the migration, and we've got Captain's Creek on our property that goes into the Kansas River. As a previous person indicated, how do you control the flow of the wildlife? I always laugh down in the Keys, Florida Keys, where they'd have deer crossing. They'd have actual fencing that going under or over the highway. And I wonder, how do you train them to do that? But I'll run on and on about this. 3 minutes is definitely not long enough for me to talk about the concerns my wife and I have. We do appreciate you all and the work you've been doing. It's amazing. You stole some of my thunder in the previous comments that you were all talking about. I do encourage you all to go, if you haven't already, go see the area. Glow Farm is the name of our property, 2222 North 600 Road. Come out anytime and I'll take you on a tour. I'm sure there's other farms around that would be more than happy to entertain and show you the area that we call home. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Frankie.
My name's Alan England. I'm at 17090 Evening Star Road. Live just across the county line in proximity to the proposed NextEra project. When it comes to impacts on the local community, size matters. It's not just a matter of, I appreciate Tanya Voigt's perspective on this, but also from our perspective, people who are not participating landowners, size of the facility matters a great deal because it affects the character of the neighborhood. It could affect investment in the area that you live, both in the schools, parks, hiking trails, bike trails, and whatever you might have available in the community. We could be overlooked. So there's been considerable input from NextEra that to make a financially viable project, they need longer terms, larger project size, greatly reduced screening, and reduced setbacks. NextEra is just one of a number of potential solar developers that will be interested in projects in Douglas County, and there's no obligation by either Douglas County or Johnson County, for that matter, to accommodate a massive 320 megawatt solar facility that's proposed along the county line. But since we've heard so much from NextEra, let's look at some of their current construction projects. Using their NextEra's website as a source, and I did this last week, currently 12 projects in their home state of Florida that are 75 megawatts. Indeed, I cannot find any NextEra project in the home state of Florida that's more than 75 megawatts. And that's a state with 29 million people. We're Kansas, we're just 3 million people. NextEra has 5 projects in the state of New York that range in the size of 50 megawatts to 90 megawatts. In Vermont, NextEra has 2 projects that are as small as 20 megawatts. I could go on, but the point is clear. NextEra can build profitable solar projects on a scale smaller than that which is proposed in Johnson and Douglas counties. Next, let's look at Burke County, Georgia. NextEra has a 50 megawatt facility there. Burke County's population is less than 25,000. Unlike Douglas County, Burke County is a very rural county with limited growth. Burke County solar regulations include the following setbacks: a minimum setback of 300 feet from adjacent properties with residences to include a dense vegetated buffer of at least 100 feet. And that's not within proximity to the home, that's across the entire property line, 300-foot buffer. Even with these setbacks, NextEra moved forward with the utility scale solar facility in Burke County and did so on 500 acres. I guarantee you they built a business case around that and adapted to it and made it where they can make money on it. NextEra has come to you saying the project, they need more land for a viable project, longer terms, fewer restrictions. Rather than listen to what they say, I suggest looking at what they do in places like their home state of Florida and Burke County, Georgia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Hello, my name is Cindy Fitzgerald. I live at 254 East 2300 Road. My husband's Mark Hubbins Street. We raise performance horses. My husband farms about 200 acres of blue stem prairie. It's beautiful. And I'm also the director of insurance housing for my company. And my main job is to decide how we're going to react to disasters. So I have been involved with disasters around the entire United States. I've gone to several conferences. I've spoken with scientists around the country and even around the world. So I have been on the climate change and what's going on with our climate for 20 years, because it's evident when you see what happens in the insurance industry. So what I think is interesting is I feel for you guys. You have a tough job. But if you notice that everyone gets up here, has their own narrative that fits their purpose or their plan. If you're a landowner, it's my right. I can do what I want. I've lived here since Moses was a boy. And by God, I want to keep the family farm. You know, if you're NextEra, you need 25 years, you need 50-foot setback lines, because that's what's going to make them most profitable. I understand. It's about the money. But the people out here aren't making a dime. The county's not making any money. You're going to incur more cost, more headache, and the people out here aren't making a dime. We're losing money. We're losing our way of life. We're losing our right to the quiet enjoyment of our property, which no one has the right to take that away from another homeowner or property owner. Where we live, we see deer, we see coyotes, we've spotted 2 mountain lions. I'm an avid gardener. We raise 100 pounds of tomatoes, we freeze them, we give them away. This is going to affect wildlife. I don't think it won't. It's going to destroy our property values. No one is going to buy a home when you look out and you see a 7-foot fence, maybe chain link, 15-foot solar panels, and massive power lines. That does not promote property value. That does not increase in your property. So it's really about the people. We talk about the soil. Absolutely. We have erosion where we are. We're in a watershed. Most of these people out here are not on city water, did get to take advantage of that. We're all on the aquifer, which we know is diminishing. What's going to happen when it's polluted? Who's going to maintain and monitor the aquifer? When a solar panel, according to your August 23rd notes, when a solar panel is cracked or broken, you're going to demand a soil test in 30 days. But what happens after that? If soil panels, they do leak toxins. We know they do. I know you've done your research. I've done hundreds of hours of research. They are mined. Quartz has to be mined to produce, and they're made with coal, along with rare earth minerals. I know you guys know this. I know you've done your research. Everyone has their own narrative. Please do your research. And you know what? If what you come up with, God bless you, doesn't work for NextEra, there is a plethora of solar companies that will come in and be happy to work with Douglas County and the citizens of Douglas County. But really, if it wasn't for the Kanokis and Steve Clark, which I don't believe anything he said, I could disprove it, coming in with 1,200 acres, $1.2 million a year times 20 years, I don't know, 25 million, plus some increases, I would want 50 years. 25, 30 years won't work for me. I'd want 50 if I'm making that kind of money. The landowners are making money. We're not. We're impacted. Hundreds of people, children, kids come cut fish in my pond all the time. We're impacted. We're not making a dime. The landowners have a responsibility to, when the property is destroyed, and someday if it ever goes back to solar or goes back to farming, they are responsible along with whatever company provided the solar power. We have to just think about what's best for our community. Our beautiful area out there should not be surrounded by solar installation. I can't believe we're fighting this. It's the only
Ms.
home.
Fitzgerald, thank you for your comments.
One more thing I want to say. I didn't live there 150 years. It makes me cry. It's the longest home I've ever had. And we built everything, every road, every plant, and I won't be able to live next to it. So think about that. It's destroying lives.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Chris Gajewski. My husband Dale and I have resided at 2237 North 400 in Southeast Douglas County for the past 26 years. I know this has been a long night, so I appreciate you hearing me out very briefly. I've been reflecting on when we first walked our land and fell in love with it. And I was talking to a friend about the opportunity that we had to purchase this land. And my friend said, you know, they don't make it anymore. And I thought, he's right. We should take this opportunity and we should be good stewards of this land. And we have done that. We love where we are. We love the peacefulness of it, the quiet mornings, the clear sky at night, our stream, the majestic trees on our property. We're within a mile of this proposed solar farm, and I don't want to have any of that destroyed by a solar farm that is going to impact what we have. Our little slice of heaven is what I would like to call it. I can't imagine sitting in your seats working on this. It is a monumental task, but I just ask that you think about what is a good land steward? What does that mean? And is NextEra the kind of company that we would want to work with in our county? Are they going to be good land stewards themselves? And I've done some research on the interwebs, and I have some questions about whether or not they would be. So I ask that you continue to do the good work that you're doing for us, your constituents, the residents, over 200 residents that are impacted by this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Before the next person talks, I just wanted to see, Mr. Ferguson, you keep raising your hand. Are you under a time constraint? You're on mute.
No, we're not on a time constraint.
We will get to you in due time. Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Alvarez. My husband and I built a house in Southeast Douglas County. We have 5 kids. We do not want to raise our kids near a solar farm. I had lots of things I wanted to say, but all my country neighbors have pretty much covered everything. So I just want to be another face, another voice to request that you guys don't do this. Don't do this to our land. It will destroy the land. I've been, in the little bit of time, Carrie said that she's known for about 6 weeks. I've probably known for about 3, thanks to one of my neighbors' sign in the yard. So I haven't got to do a ton of research, but I've looked a little bit. And solar fields destroy the land. If you look at whatever you can find, I have not seen one that looks pretty. They destroy the land. They destroy the wildlife. Please don't do this. Please just You're trading one destruction for another. That's all it is. So please consider that when you guys make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Ma'am, would you be able to repeat your name? Never mind.
Let the guy on the internet go first.
Kyle Cody, planner. I think the floor is being ceded at least for the next turn to Mr. Ferguson.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, are you still there?
I am still here.
Floor is yours.
Recently built a home at 2305 North 600 Road. We've owned the property for 11 years. My wife raises Highland cattle on it. And my major concern with all of this has kind of been addressed tonight. It was about the decommissioning and how we were going to ensure that the money was there to do this properly. I think going back on the landowners is probably the best idea I've heard yet, because they're the ones that are reaping all the benefits of the lease. The rest of us who are not interested in seeing this shouldn't have to bear the financial burden of decommissioning all that. I saw that you addressed it, and I really want to thank you all because you're really being thoughtful in this process, and we appreciate it. That's about all I got to say.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you.
Lower it to my height. I'm Barbara Kerr. I live at 583 East 2300 Road. And I wanted to address community. And I want to say that I honor the stories of the Kanokis, the Breckheisens, and the Clarks. And I want to remind you that as a community, we each have our stories. We each have a story about our own land. All of us know the people who went before us. We know our soils, we know our plants, and yes, we know climate change is happening. You can't watch your cherries blossom 3 weeks too early and get frozen and not understand that climate change is a problem. Our community is not anti-solar. Most of us have some kind of solar roof or are using some kind of sustainable energy. So this is not a purely a NIMBY concern. As a community, we are mostly small farmers. We are agritourism operators. I myself, when I'm not being a psychologist and a professor, I run an equine rescue farm. We rescue horses from the kill pen, train them up, take them down the roads with people and sell them cheap to people so they'll have good horses. Horses don't handle big trucks going down the road very well. But back to what you've done. First of all, I really want to congratulate the Special Solar Committee. You've done a splendid job. If you were my doctoral students, I would give you a PhD because the work you did was amazing. I think that I also think that you're aware that there's a lot of disingenuous information from large industrial solar companies about such things as property values. They tend to average in the property values of those who are 5 miles, 3 miles, 2 miles, and they tend to be zero, very large. But the closer you get to within a mile, the property values do go down significantly, between 20 and 37%. So we need to be aware of that. And when we're talking about 200 residences, about $100 million of property, that's a lot of property taxes going down. I think that's important. So you don't mention density in the plan. I think it's very important you look at population density. Solar facilities of massive size are seldom built in areas that are this densely populated. People might not think 200 homes is dense, but it is in a rural neighborhood, and more people are moving in. We are a community. We love each other. We take care of each other. And I just want to remind you that in my first planning course, I learned about unintended consequences to communities, and that when highways went right through communities, in that case, usually communities of color. It broke them up and destroyed their power. And this has the capacity to break up a community that's a very strong, very caring community. And I would like to see that happen. And so I just want to end by thanking you for your work. I think you need to take in density. You need to increase those setbacks even more and more screening. And I think you need to be very aware of the importance of size. There are plenty of solar industries that would be happy to come in and make a profit on a 640 acres, which is 1 square mile that doesn't require the crossing of any roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr.
Well, good evening. My name is Jane Knoke, and of course, as a Knoke, I'm one of the Knoke family here. So I want to say I've been very impressed by the review of your process, the questions you have, the action items you've taken yourself on what you want to do. But I want to talk a little bit about the term. So as a Breckisen 5th generation member, our agricultural heritage is at least over 100 years. In 1947, my mother got electricity. So that changed their agricultural land use. That became a golden time for them. So that's like a 70-year cycle there. Now, we're talking here about a solar project that should only be lasting for 20 years. And I'm thinking that's not long enough when it's electricity, and when electricity came 70 years ago. So I think you need to kind of compare the impact of electricity to the impact of a solar farm could have. If I were to ask you about how much does a cell tower cost to put in, you would probably say about $1 million. So yeah, maybe a 20-year, 10-year permit for any business for that long would be acceptable, but you're not going to see a cell tower go down usually in 10 years or 20 years. So when you have a $460 million project, which let's say a quarter of it, I mean, not 460, 320, a quarter of it, 80 million might be in Douglas County. That's pretty capital intensive compared to that $1 million cell tower. So I'd ask you to have your permitting time be 25 years and have a waiver in there. And I believe that will give you the basis for the next generation. As you see the different, as you see how solar power goes, you'll have a basis there and the flexibility to make it go longer to lead in with the next one. So the size of the 100-acre cap isn't realistic either. It needs a waiver in there. And please take into account landowners' rights for that. Most of the land is not cropped, row crop, it's pasture and that because the soil isn't that great. My dad can tell you how difficult it was to plow some of the land when he bought it. So if it were that great, it wouldn't be in pasture or hay. And of course, solar farms have no impact on existing farming. And there's a lot of myths that abound. And I appreciate that you taking the time to figure out what's the myths and what aren't the myths, what's based on conjecture, what's based on reactionary information. So thank you that we don't want to go back. We don't want to go back when we didn't have electricity, when we had kerosene lamps, which we still have in our family. So please provide a solar farm regulations that will enable landowners to preserve their land and actually improve the land and restore its ability for good cropland after the solar panels are gone and in the next generations. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Konecki.
I think I left my mask up there. I had to borrow this one. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Young. I live at 17035 County Line Road. I'm in the middle of this. This is on 4 sides of me. So I'm greatly disappointed in the way this is going. Johnson County especially. All I hear is them talking it up, and I don't blame the Kanokis for wanting this because they're going to get paid millions of dollars for it. And all the rest of us, the 220 homes that's within a mile of this, which is approximately 800 people, are going to be affected greatly by this. So I got bought out by the Intermodal probably 10, 12 years ago when it went in, had to move. So I found a place out there, ended up buying 10 acres, had an 1890s farmhouse on it. The property is in between the Santa Fe Trail, the Oregon Trail, the California Trail, all that goes right around me. And the Kanokis property is right in the middle of that too. They have like 1,200 acres and I have 10 acres. I haven't been approached by anybody because I'm not big enough. They're not interested in me. But anyway, like I said, there's probably 800 people out there that's going to be affected by this, that's within a mile of this. And I'm dead center of it. I hope you guys would come out, drive around, look at all the properties, talk to the homeowners out there. I mean, we can take you around and show you exactly what property lines, where it's going to go, all that, and show you who all it's going to affect. And we would be more than happy to drive you around and show you where it's going and who all it's going to affect. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Hello, I'm Carleen Thompson. I live in Shawnee, Kansas. The county is considering a big step for the future. The NextEra Solar Farm is that big step. It will work on providing very minimal carbon footprint to Douglas County and Johnson County for producing energy. This project needs 25 to 30-year CUP. And this will allow the company to reap the benefits of building the project and to have the ability to renew and extend the time for the project. Power plants do not go away in 20 years and are allowed to continue usage for years that come. Look at Wolf Creek. Look at the power plant that's in Lawrence that is being refurbished to handle natural gas. What can power plant land be used when it is decommissioned? Something to think about. A solar farm would revert back to farmland. If this land is used for grazing cattle, one cow will provide between 70 and 100 kilograms of methane, which is equal to 2,300 kilograms of carbon dioxide per year. That's a lot. It has been shown that cattle produce the most agricultural CO2 conditions and emissions. Once the solar farm is up and running, it will be very slight, if any, CO2 production. This is what is good for the environment. Over several meetings, it has been mentioned about cameras and regulating them so they don't look at anybody. Well, if that's the case, then you're going to have to regulate all the Ring cameras in the city because they're looking out in the street and helping the police stop crime and theft. Let's see. NextEra has not told others how to use this land, and they are helping but is helping the solar farm owners keep their land for future generations. Phase implication would allow project development to help control how it is progressing and not overtax the county on its usage of its resources of staff. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good job.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Are there further comments from folks that are in person?
Kyle, the planner, I'm not seeing anybody approaching this time. I think it might be safe to pivot to remote comment.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks, Kyle. I see a couple of hands raised. I see Elaine Giesel.
Hi, this is Elaine Giesel. I live in Overland Park in Johnson County, and I happen to be the current chair of the Kansas chapter of the Sierra Club. We're an environmental organization with more than 3.5 million members and supporters worldwide. I'm speaking officially on behalf of the more than 22,000 of them who live in Kansas, 561 in Douglas County and 1,648 in Johnson County. Sierra Club promotes energy conservation and efficiency and supports a rapid replacement of fossil fuel generation of electricity with renewable energy sources. We do not support an arbitrary cap on the size of large-scale solar facilities or the imposition of unnecessary restrictions, which might be a deterrent to their development. The climate crisis is already causing catastrophic changes around the world. A new study suggests that at the current rate of greenhouse gas pollution, we only have about 11 years to rein in emissions if countries everywhere want to avoid the worst damage from the climate crisis. We simply don't have the luxury of time to debate the right to viewscapes versus the future of our children. Clean and efficient solar and wind installations, along with energy conservation and energy storage, can replace dirty fossil fuel plants quickly, with significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and positive public health impacts, particularly in our most overburdened communities. Transformational measures required to replace fossil fuels must be implemented soon, where most feasible and where potential for emission reductions is the greatest. Utility scale renewables provide high-paying jobs, they lower utility costs, and potentially increase the future tax base with minimal environmental impacts. And that benefits all the residents of Northeast Kansas. While planners have been weighing different views on private property rights, the solar siting guidelines ultimately recommended to the county commissioners should be based on science, because they will affect us all, not just the local landowners. Johnson and Douglas counties should lead on the adoption of fact-based standards for large-scale solar installations, which can help make Kansans everywhere a more suitable place for them to live economically, socially, and environmentally. Thank you, and great job on what you're trying to do.
Thank you, Ms. Giesel. Luke Sinclair, Chair. The next person I am seeing with the hand up is Nat Coombs.
Hi, I'm Nat Coombs. I am a grad student in ecology here at the university. I'm newer in town, but I have a strong family background in agriculture in Michigan. And I just kind of want to remind people, first of all, this is a discussion of general policy, correct? Not just NextEra stuff. In which case, when talking about that limit of 1,000 acres, this becomes really important because while NextEra is planning a large installation across 2 county borders, the majority of companies in this field are not going to do that. And a utility scale thing is going to become more and more common in the country. You're going to see it more. Eventually, you're likely going to have one here, or you're going to pay out the wazoo to get stuff from other counties. We ship energy on the East Coast. I'm sorry. I was raised in Virginia, tobacco land. I'm not used to good farmland like yours. Fortunately, I'm also used to weather buffering the effects on my farmland. As an ecologist, I feel uniquely suited to point out that I benefit when the world gets worse. So I get more grant money, I get more funding, I get paid lifelong more as the world burns harder. it is against my best interest to remind you that you have a cap on how long your farmland stays functional for you and stay somewhere that you can work without dying from heat stroke, without getting killed in a flood randomly someplace that's never flooded before, and without your crops failing, without you going into debt to Monsanto to be able to get crops that are more resistant. This is your chance to be part of the solution. Now, granted, you're one city and county government making a decision here that changes whether or not people view you as particularly open to larger scale later on, that might even be fully in Douglas in another part of the county that people view as better. But this is your chance to be part of what ends up making things better, if anything does. If you become the coin that tips the scale, good for you. If you don't, good for you also. Either way, I'm getting funded, though I'd really love for my country to still have farmland so that my kids can do what my grandfather did for a living and loved.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Zach Mendez.
Hello. First off, I want to thank everybody, thank the commission, thank everybody for their time, and I do appreciate the platform to be able to speak today. I do want to say that I am 100% in support of the solar installation. I think it's a great thing. I do want to echo what Commissioner Carpenter said, that we are not only making a decision for our generation, but also for future generations, our children and our children's children. We have heard discussions about, erosion, soil degradation, but that is happening regardless of whether or not we do install a solar installation on this land. I think it is a great thing for the community. It is going to reduce stress on the existing grid. We have all, bear witness to what has happened in the past, especially, states like Texas, where the infrastructure was not up to par. Anything that we can do to take stress off the existing grid is only going to help us in the future. It's going to help us with reducing, carbon emissions. It's only going to help our future. I'm 100% in support, and I hope that everybody agrees with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez. Luke Sinclair, Chair.
Kyle Kobe, planner. I just want to chime in real quick. Sorry, Chair. Scott White has sent me a message. He's been waiting with an invisible hand up.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Kyle. Mr. White, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I don't get this whole invisible hand thing. I didn't see it on my thing, but my name is Scott White, and I work for Cromwell Solar, a Lawrence-based solar installation company. We primarily focus on rooftop solar that's behind the meter. But we are also in support of having utility scale projects in the county and don't consider large scale projects to be in any conflict with the distributed solar that we install. Actually, we see some synergies. We are hoping that some of our labor can work on a project like this. We believe that policies and communities that are welcoming to one form of renewable energy also tend to be welcoming to other forms. Now, one thing that I'd like to point out is the city of Lawrence has some of the most straightforward policies to allow rooftop solar in the state and the region. It's one of the easiest places to get permits and to install solar. Similarly, just down the road from this project, the Baldwin City Municipal Utility has one of the most welcoming policies for solar. They've got a cap that allows distributed generation solar that is, this cap is several times higher than most utilities. And so there's synergies in having solar that I would believe with the city there also. I mean, they have their own megawatt of solar already. One thing that's kind of common is all energy generation is best located when it's close to the load, whether it's on your roof and serving your house or a power plant that's close to a load center. We've gotten used to seeing wind farms being built out in western Kansas, but that's only because that's where the resource is. The solar resource is much more gradient to a region and not to a hilltop. And so having solar close to a load center like Lawrence or Johnson County makes a lot of sense. And as Douglas County currently is wrestling with climate issues through their climate action plan, we're not going to get there with rooftop solar by itself. It's going to take big projects, and projects like the West Gardner Solar Project. Really appreciate you guys wrestling through all the issues here. I hope you'll continue to do so, and I wish you well, and thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mr. White. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Mr. Michael Allman, I think you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Hello, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank the commission in general for considering such a comprehensive range of needs and possibilities in your research, and particularly the members of the ad hoc committee who have devoted endless hours to research and meetings. A special thanks also from us to Mary Miller for her always excellent work. We see in on some regulations that I think all parties can embrace to one extent or another. With a bit more work, Douglas County can have a document that many other jurisdictions will look at as model legislation. First, however, I want to point out that the flatness issue of prime soils is not a new question. All industry prefers flat soils, and industrial solar is with no exception. This question, however, came to a head 15 years ago with the Airport Industrial Park north of Lawrence, and both the city and the county backed away from putting industrial facilities on flat prime farm soils. So keep that in mind. Some of the areas that you are still grappling with are how to set project as a size cap, of course, as well as percent coverage, possible county-wide cap, and a possible cap on a number of projects in the county. The Sustainability Action Network thinks that we have devised at least one type of solution for such questions. The question of cap and distribution throughout the county can be addressed with, we think, a 3-tier structure for the projects that may be self-sorting on their own. Class 1 is what you've proposed for small-scale personal use projects up to 1 megawatt. Class 2, however, would be projects from 1 megawatt up to 5 megawatts, permitted by the conditional use permit in both agricultural zones and industrial zones. And then Class 3 would be the larger projects from 5 megawatts up to what we propose a cap of 70 megawatts, which is approximately 500 acres. That would be permitted only in the 2 industrial zones, not agriculture. This raises the bar for these highest impact projects by adding an industrial zoning application to the process. Project up to 5 megawatts would be about 35 acres, conveniently close to a 40-acre quarter section. And this lowers the bar for these least impact projects and tends to spread the projects around the county. Complementary to that 3-tier system for rural projects is our proposal to give priority to large commercial rooftop installations. We calculated the rooftop potential for the 22 commercial buildings at the Gardner Intermodal and Logistics Park. That one industrial park has 316 acres of rooftops with a generating capacity of 5 megawatts of the rooftops, which could be aggregated together into one project, no differently from rural projects of many non-contiguous contiguous parcels. Furthermore, we propose that the 70 megawatt cap for rural projects be extended up to 140 megawatts or about 1,000 acres if and only if the project is designed for agrivoltaic dual use. This would tend to eliminate the worst poison pill, that of taking farmland out of production. And finally, in keeping with that incentive, I'd like to share my screen here if I could. These are our recommendations. I hope you can see that. If the commission is serious about minimizing loss of farmland, Section 12-306-4903 conditions as key points should include impact on prime soils and impact on food production, not just land banking, but ongoing production. And Section 04A.3 will need to be strengthened to utilize and incentivize for agrivoltaics, not only grazing or perennials or pollinator plants, but row crops and specialty crops. These would be annual crops. And the researchers have determined that row crops underneath solar collectors benefit not only the collectors by lowering the temperature from the evapotranspiration of moisture, but also
Mr. Chair, the room is
means
ready.
that the crops require
Thank you, Jeff.
50% less irrigation.
Welcome everyone
So
to the October
agrivoltaics
27th,
can be a
2021
key not
meeting of the
only
Lawrence
to
Douglas County
making the
Metropolitan
farming
Planning Commission.
productive, but
Before we
also
launch in, I'll turn it
making
over
solar
to Becky Pepper
potential
to lay the
viable.
rules of, the
So
Zoom.
appreciate your time
Thank you.
and for
Good evening and
entertaining
welcome.
our
My name is
ideas.
Becky Pepper,
And I
Planning
stand for
Manager.
questions at the
Joining me
appropriate
here in the
time.
City
Thank you
Commission
very
room is Jeff
much.
Frick, Planning and
Thank you,
Development
Mr. Allman.
Services Director, and Kyle Kobe, who'll be facilitating the
Luke
Zoom
Sinclair,
portion
Chair.
of the
Are there
meeting.
any
We will
other
work
people
alongside the
on
chair,
the
who
Zoom
is on
call?
video
Or
remote
did
to
anybody,
facilitate the meeting proceedings.
any
This meeting is
stragglers
being
in the
recorded and
chambers room that
broadcast
want to make
live on the
comments?
city's YouTube channel and Channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you're
Kyle
not
Kobe
speaking.
Planner, I'm not
The
seeing
chat
anybody
function for this
getting up
public
to
meeting is
approach the
disabled, and all
podium.
chats will go directly to the Zoom facilitator.
And I don't
Unless
see
you're
any digital hands.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Kyle. Then I think we'll close public comments so we can bring it back to the commission and go over some of the comments that were made. But I do want to thank anybody who's still in the chambers room and on the call for hanging in there and offering your thoughts and comments. I mean, it can't be overstated how much the commission appreciates hearing from the public on things of this magnitude, really on anything. And there are occasions where we hear applications and are surprised by the lack of public comments. So it's really nice to be able to hear from this number of people. So thank you all very much. So I'll bring it back to the commission then. I'm not sure the best way to handle this. I guess maybe first off, I would ask Commissioner Carpenter if, after hearing all the public comments, if there's anything specific that jumped out at you that I guess addressed some of the concerns that you posed to us and that we discussed a little bit, or that and that needs to be addressed now, or new things that maybe we didn't cover before that we ought to flesh out at this point.
Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I just want to join in and thank everybody that showed up and spoke. It's not an easy thing to do, and many of these people have driven from about as far as you can drive in the county to get here to do this tonight, and sat through an awful lot before they spoke. And as I think I can speak for all of us on the committee and the staff that's been working on this, the more we hear, the more we know we have to ask and hear more. And I've heard some of that tonight. So I would just add, unfortunately, most of the people have left that spoke, but I would encourage anybody that spoke that wants us to look deeper into what they had to say, please send us any articles or write us a letter and send it to planning staff so it can get to the subcommittee, and it might spur other people that we invite to bring in for some conversations. And Chair Sinclair, I just thought we'd run around the ad hoc committee because I know we didn't touch on some things, and maybe start with Commissioner Ashworth for anything she wanted to add before we maybe had additional comments or questions, and eventually wrap this up tonight.
Sure, Commissioner Ashworth here. I'll start as we go around the commission for comment. ditto what Commissioner Carpenter said about the public input we've had. It has really helped direct us and really helped us with a lot of the nitty-gritty detail of putting these regulations together. And I commend staff for putting all that, and all the color coding that Mary has done has helped us keep us organized. And I would like to encourage members of the public, those who spoke and those who didn't, to really take a look at the draft regulations as they come out. I think you'll find that many of the details that we've been going over are covered or at least touched on in those regulations. And it would be really nice to hear feedback on whether you think those have been adequately addressed. For example, some of the things that I've been looking at have to do a lot with the wildlife fencing and vegetation. And I just have a couple comments with regard to the vegetation and the herbicides. As Mary Miller said, we can't dictate what sorts of pesticides and herbicides can be used or not used on the land. But one thing, and we've heard this comment on several occasions about concerns over the chemicals being used on solar facilities and groundwater issues. And one of the things that is in the regulations is that is a requirement for perennial vegetation on these areas. Now, I know the pictures on the websites look very alarming with a lot of these facilities. But if you look in the regulations, that has been established in the regulations that there will be perennial vegetation. Now that could take the form of agrivoltaics, meaning it could be grazing land, it could be perennial vegetation established for grazing, it could be vegetation established for pollinator use. So if it's not going to be used for agriculture, whether it be crops or pasture, it can be used to plant native vegetation, grasses and forbs. That will increase the health of the soil over time, especially compared to traditional agricultural soils. When you plant natives in with the solar panels, the herbicide use will actually be fairly minimal because you don't want to spread herbicides on native vegetation. It's not something that's generally done. What is done is to manage invasive species in native planting. And so this would be something that any landowner has to do in the county. If you have a Streucia lespedeza problem, Johnson grass, things like that, you are required to control that. So it would be the same for the solar companies as well as anybody else in the county having to use certain chemicals recommended by the county to control those issues, to those vegetation issues. But generally speaking, you wouldn't be using herbicides to manage a native planting. You might use mowing, you might use grazing. There are ways to manage the vegetation to prevent woody vegetation, particularly with mowing. And if you're doing it on a large areas, I've heard that concern before, large areas being managed for vegetation, you can actually create a situation where you are possibly mowing some areas, grazing other areas, pasturing or native plants, and having a different management regime throughout the areas. And that's actually going to improve wildlife habitat in those areas. So especially one of the things we've been talking a lot about is this fencing. Rather than chain link fence, a wildlife friendly fence is also a possibility to allow those small mammals to move back and forth. It might increase bird nesting habitat, certainly pollinator habitat. So just a few comments with regard to vegetation management that I've been considering. And I also just have one other comment. I do want to comment about the very difficult conversations around agricultural land. And I do want to take a moment just to also remind everybody that climate change is also going to affect agricultural land. So it's a very difficult balance but we do have possibility to preserve some of our agricultural land for future generations with some of these facilities. So thank you again, and I will pass this on to the next committee member, Karen Wilkie.
Commissioner Rexroad.
Thanks, Commissioner Rexroad. I'll certainly echo the appreciation for the public's comments and for the commissioner's great questions tonight. Just a quick comment on the process that we've been using. Honestly, it's been remarkably well done, well put together approach, where we have been able to draw out over a period of months, including tonight, many of the questions, as well as quite a bit of direction on how we might take those questions forward. For me tonight has been not about getting to solution, but really about gathering information, gathering feedback, expanding on the questions, both through the lens of the general policy that we're working on, but also uniquely because a potential project exists out there, to be able to look at things more viscerally, I guess, that helps put a point on some of the things that might be more academic. I think we have some general direction and agreement on a number of things. I believe that there's a couple of areas where we still have some work to do as a group. And I think what I would probably recommend our next steps would be to take this feedback that we received tonight, bring that back to the ad hoc group, and let that then go back into our list of open questions, open switches, and see how far we can take all of those things down to single recommendation. Fair amount of work that needs to be done on that yet, but I honestly, particularly after tonight's feedback, I think we've got a lot of great information, great feedback that'll help us get there.
Thank you. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I know you've heard from me a lot, but I'll run down just kind of a list of things that I had tagged that we have talked about as a committee that didn't come up tonight, just not to go into them, but just so you know that we've been wide ranging. Concentrated solar is not something that we are permitting at this time. So this is only photovoltaic, and that hasn't maybe been said specifically. I think we need to communicate in the regs and more specifically with people about what we mean by our sensitive lands protections. We heard a lot about floodplains and tree clearing and things like that I think we have very specific ideas about how we want to protect them, and we need to make sure that we communicate that well. We need to address, or we have addressed a little bit in our discussions, the NASA data on solar recommendations that's on our county website, and it is super confusing and possibly not very relevant, but it's out there in the public, and we need to talk about it. More protection of archaeological and historical evidence, camping regulations during construction, how the panels are washed, because a lot of people were asking about that. It turns out that that's more of a desert issue. Now here we have more rainfall, so that's less of an issue, but that's something that people have talked about in terms of contamination of well water, is what are they washing panels with? And we'll keep asking, but at this point we think perhaps they're not over that. We've talked about electromagnetic interference, voltage leakage into the ground, and the potential for heat islands, which we're not finding strong evidence for. Just to let you know that we've kind of covered a lot of wide-ranging topics and have more yet to cover. I'm excited for the feedback from the community, and I took a lot of notes, so we'll have some other things to bring back to our ad hoc group. One other thing that we have not talked about yet that I'd like to would be the writing and regulations for hydrovoltaics. So if we wanted floating solar platforms on some of our water bodies, that we have some discussion about what that might entail. And that's it.
Thank you. Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. I guess I don't have much to add. I do want to thank the county staff, and I think they're all still there. I see them all here. Mary Miller, Tanya Voigt, Ben Harris, and Dre Taylor have just been incredible and invaluable resources. They have reached out to organizations and individuals across the country to gather information prior to the formation of the subcommittee. And then we think of something we're interested in, and lo and behold, they produce information for us. It's just been a wonderful way to get to know some of our planning staff in a more professional manner. And it's been very rewarding to me. And I think for all of us. And you've heard a lot of where we're coming from. So I was just wondering at this time if any of the other commissioners had anything they'd like to add, any questions or any directions you think we might be going, or any suggestions as to topics that we haven't mentioned that you've actually thought about. So we'll turn it back to Chair Sinclair to finish us up here tonight with that final go around.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Luke Sinclair, Chair. For anybody not on the subcommittee, are there any final thoughts or additions to what they just went over? Commissioner Carter?
David Carter, Commissioner. I just want to, I'll start off by just extending gratitude to the members of the committee, because the time that you guys have spent diving into all of this, sifting through all of this, processing it for our general consumption is sincerely appreciated. I guess one thing that I'd really like to understand, if you could articulate a little bit, is next steps and how this is a collaborative effort will, how this will get translated into more work for you. And then, how we will see it next. And frankly, if there's any possibility that this could be included in some sort of mid-month meeting prior to formal consideration of the next iteration of the text amendment.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Carter, were you hoping for a response?
Yes, David
Okay.
Carter, Commissioner. Yes, that is. I guess it's largely directed at the committee, but it could also be directed at staff, because I'm guessing that you guys have been working in collaboration with each other and have some general idea of a timeline what you expect to happen next.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. It has been very collaborative. Everybody's taken the lead at different times, and that's been most gratifying. And nobody's afraid to speak, unlike some of our general meetings. And I guess the next steps, I think it is a good suggestion that we maybe pull this up on another mid-month with the way we have to do notice. Maybe it should be January's mid-month. I've not seen anything on our agendas about our usual yearly in-depth day or whatever we want to call it, retreat. So I don't, we used that for Plan 2040 in the past, but I haven't seen any mention of doing that this year. But we need to have another way that we can share some of what we have and get feedback if we're going to try to do this by February to come up with some final recommendations. I mean, that became very apparent tonight, especially with Commissioner Shanklin's raising many points. And since he's not on our subcommittee, we have to find a way that we have a public meeting that we can get some more feedback. So mid-months, whatever, that's going to have to be coordinated with everybody with the city staff too, so that we can work that out and have the room available. So I guess this is an assignment for staff. Figure out how we can have another meeting, another public meeting with everybody before we come down to the final draft to bring back for our final discussion.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. I would share a note with the commission that your December meeting can only occur on one night because we don't have the room for 2 nights given the calendar compression due to the holidays. So we would be looking at possibly a January mid-month as being one of the soonest ones. And we're currently working on scheduling out that next calendar. So if the commission would like, we can adjust that mid-month calendar to include this as a topic for the January meeting if we have the availability of the room and the agenda to make that happen for y'all. So be happy to get that scheduled out and keep that on the books to look for.
Can I ask Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, would that be a full public meeting or would that be more of our study session? So would we be taking public comment? I know people will ask.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Typically your mid-month meetings, you do take public comment. That's happened in some of the previous mid-month meetings that we've had with Multimodal Transportation Commission and some of the other boards and advisory boards. So it is up to the chair and the vice chair on that item, but it's not out of the common to take public input. We would advertise that meeting as one of your regular meetings, your Monday meeting as a mid-month meeting to occur. So it would go through the noticing process and have that availability. So it's totally within the realm of the commission on comment to that meeting.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, I'd further state that's totally within the vice chair's discretion as a mid-month. I disclaim any responsibilities. Are there any other commissioner? Well, Commissioner Carter, did you have anything else on your comments, or was that?
No, David Carter, Commissioner, just that I hate to repeat what's already been said, but I learned a tremendous amount, not just from your collective work, but also from the public comment. And I'm super grateful to the time that the public spent educating us about their concerns. So thanks.
Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Anybody else? Commissioners Thomas or Payton or Shanklin on this? I guess I would echo. I feel like when at that meeting where I'm going to say we, even though I think technically the chair is the one that appoints a subcommittee. When we appointed you all, I don't think I truly appreciated the magnitude of the work and the hours that you guys would have to put in. And so I don't know if I should apologize or thank you profusely, but maybe both. And hopefully at some point can make it up when we're all able to gather by buying you guys a beer at Free State or something. Does anybody else have any comments or any questions they want to offer? Or Commissioner Carpenter, I'd welcome you to make any comments you want to make.
Well, Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, I'll just say that we had a comment when we left meeting with the fire chiefs that they couldn't really believe that we were volunteers after all that we had gone through. But we told them that we were in training so we could go on the road to be consultants after this. So I think that's all we really have for tonight.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Yeah, so this one isn't one that we need to take any formal action on. So I guess that would that'll conclude our discussion, if that's all right. And excuse me. I'm looking at the agenda here, and I don't see anything listed for miscellaneous new or old business. Jeff, is there anything that I'm not seeing?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services, nothing for this evening.
Okay, then I guess that's the end of it. Do we have a motion to recess until Wednesday night?
So moved.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carter. We have a motion to recess till Wednesday night. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Jeff, can you take the roll?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services, Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Very good. Thank you all. See you on Wednesday.
See you Wednesday.
Thank you.